Make room. It's 3:55. No, just before the budget. Are you gonna vote? How are you gonna vote?
We're good? Okay. All right. The time is 3 o'clock and we are back in the regular session. The first thing on the agenda is public comment on non-agendized items. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, we will move on to the next agenda item, which are staff introductions. Before we go there, I just want to acknowledge how lucky and proud I am that we have 8 new people joining our staff. And I really commend our department directors, our town manager, our finance director, and this council for being an employer of choice. And I think that having these folks stepping into these roles is a great exemplification of the kind of organization that I am proud to be a part of. So first off, we got Mr. Loby.
You, Mayor and Council, I'm going to bring my whole gang up right now. So if you're on the list on the agenda, please come on up and hang out with me. I got a whole gang. There's a lot of movement in the leadership team of the Gondola right now, and it all revolves around the departure, the retirement of Rob Johnson, who's going to be leaving our employ at the beginning of the year. Rob's been with us since 2010. He started with Dial-A-Ride, and then when Dial-A-Ride went over to TMVOA, Rob moved on to moved into a gondola supervisor position. And then in 2014, he moved into the transit manager position. He's been our transit manager for the last, he's been with the organization for 15 years, and we're really going to miss him. We're going to have a retirement party for him at a date to be determined in the future, and we'll be sure to let you all know. So with that said, we've got a lot of movement here, and I'm going to start out by introducing you guys to Michael Conklin. He has been with the organization for 12 years, started in 2013 as a gondola operator. Went to a gondola operations supervisor role. Then he was the assistant manager for gondola operations for a period of time. Got bored with that, moved over to gondola maintenance, then a gondola maintenance supervisor, and now he's been promoted to replace Rob as our new transit manager. So welcome, Michael. He's done every job except Wolfgang's old job, the transit coordinator. So yeah. And he's gunning for Paul next. So, all right. Next on the list is Wolfgang Perkins. Wolfie's been with us since 2020. He came in right after we opened up from COVID. We had that late summer opening. He came in as a gondola operations supervisor. He had ski lift experience with other ski areas out east and out west, and he was a supervisor for a number of years. He went on to be our transit and housing coordinator, where he actually defined that role, bringing people in, getting them into our housing program. He's been absolutely amazing. And he's moving in. We actually created another role in the department for the assistant manager position to help Michael out, because, Rob did the job of like 5 people. So we got 2 people filling in for Rob now. So Wolfgang, congratulations. And let's see, we got Gavin Yonker. He's been with us for 3 years. He did a couple summer seasons as a gondola operator. And then he became a full-time gondola operator last year after he graduated from college. He is taking Wolfgang's position as the transit and housing coordinator. So we look forward to his contributions. Gavin Yonker. And then Mick Hirschfeld. He's been with the town for 5 years. He started as a gondola mechanic in 2020. He became a maintenance supervisor, and he is now the assistant manager of maintenance for the gondola, assisting Connor. Mick is a Purdue grad, and he has a materials engineering degree, and he worked for Ford before coming to Mountain Village. So he's very highly qualified for the role. Looking forward to his contributions in the future. Mick, where are you? Wave to the crowd. Mick, welcome. And then we've got Brandon Doizaki. He's been with the town for a year. He was a gondola operator for us, and he stepped in. We had a departure in our parking services department, and he stepped in as the parking coordinator. And it's great to have him on board. He's learning the systems, and it's everybody's favorite department, parking. So, welcome, Brandon. And is Joe in the room? Joe Howell has been he was a gondola operator, became a gondola mechanic, and now he's a maintenance supervisor for the gondola. Joe's not here, but he's been with the town for 4 years. It's great to have him on board in a leadership role. And last but not least, Patrick Harmon. He's been with the town on and off since 2020. He started with us as a gondola operator, went over, worked for the ski area, decided he liked the town better, right? Came back to work as a gondola supervisor for us, and now he's transferred over to the maintenance department because he wanted to get a little more involved with the technical side of it. So congratulations to all you guys for moving up and around, and great to have you as part of the leadership team. So.
And I think we got one more.
When is Rob's last day?
Was this Rob's last
No.
council meeting?
This is his last council meeting.
Not his last day.
Not his last day.
Can he come back?
Yes.
Can we just thank him for?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Council. Lars Forsyth with Community Development or Planning and Development. Very pleased that we have Aaron Howe, who was formerly with the Planning Division, is now with the Building Division as a building inspector.
Congratulations, Eric.
Thank you. I'm excited about my new role, and Lars and Connor have been training me. So, yeah, grateful to be here.
Yeah, I think another great example of how this organization is great at kind of lifting all of our employees up and providing opportunities for them. Rob, we hear it's your last town council meeting, so why don't you come on up here? I just want to express on behalf of all of council what a critical role you've played with this organization, as evidenced by it requires 7 people to fill your role, 6. But you have been a stalwart and a foundational member of what makes our community truly special, and that is,
Thank you.
that is the gondola. So, thanks.
Go have some fun elsewhere.
Yeah, you deserve it.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, everybody. All right, moving on to the consent agenda. As a reminder, we are voting on these items with a single vote, and it's just consideration of the November 20th town council meeting minutes. Susan, did you receive any comments
I
or changes?
did not receive any comments, although I did catch a little error. Michelle was not in that meeting, so we will remove her. And I have a note in there that says remove.
Okay,
So
She was here in spirit though, right?
she was. So otherwise, no, we did not receive any comments.
any other changes or comments?
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Next up is a liquor licensing authority. A, consideration of an application by Peaks Hotel for a liquor license, and consideration of Peaks Rental Management for a liquor license. This is quasi judicial. If anyone needs to recuse themselves, please do so now. If not, we will hear from our town clerk, Miss Susan Johnston.
So this is, I tried to explain this in my memo, just so you could kind of get a good idea of what's going on here. We've got 2 applications for a hotel and restaurant liquor license. My first inclination was to reach out to the state to find out their take on 2 licenses in 1 building. They were very specific that the routes had to be clearly defined, signage needs to be clearly defined, and there needs to be no overlap. We took great steps to make sure that this was the case. Both applicants were incredibly helpful and cooperative. Chief and I went over and did tours with both of them just to make sure that storage was allocated and secure and their travel routes were not overlapping. There are some common areas. One of them is the loading dock. But that is, they are able to bring liquor through there as long as it goes straight to their locked areas. So it's really actually kind of neat. Everything is in place. They have agreed to certain signage. And it's kind of straightforward, believe it or not.
Despite the 300-page.
I know.
It really was a great and long history of the Doral Telluride starting in
Yeah.
1992.
No.
Riveting.
But I mean, we need to do this one at a time, because we do have to open a public hearing. So everything was noticed correctly. We did not receive any public comment or any negative comments from any of the public. So they have satisfied both parties, all of the requirements that they need. And the state has been pretty silent. They're doing a concurrent review. The only thing that we had to distinguish with both applicants was a unit number because they have the same address. And that's pretty much the only thing that the state came back with, because the map satisfied what they were requiring.
Just at a high level, the HOA is, so most of their liquor sales are going to be to guests or owners.
Or Silver Pick.
Correct. For Silver Pick, yes.
Yes.
Well, the room service, and then they're going to use that whole big lounge area.
The great room.
And serve the great room.
And there's, so, and they have the great room, they also have the deck out beyond the great room. And then there's Alteza, which is TSG, and their deck. So that was one of the points that Chief and I were kind of like, this needs to be delineated
But Alteza's closed.
for right now,
So-
yes.
So the Telski's customer base is more
On-
weddings. and-
On a level, yes. Yeah,
And
so,
this is
And the
one,
club and the golf.
one overview question is, if I think of this, I think of it as basically the current existing liquor license is being split. And so divided or, put into two parts, whatever. So my question is, if I were to go and look at all those maps of where the outlines are and so forth, would the two parts equal the sum of what it was before? Or was more created or less created? Or is it really just the same outline, just divided?
it's the same outline but divided.
Okay.
And that was something that we, chief, legal, I mean, everybody was involved in this. We went back and forth just to make sure that that was not going to be a sticking point, because that was the one thing that the state initially said, there can be no overlap.
Okay, well, one is overlap, but one is, did it grow or did it shrink? So,
Right.
okay, all right, thanks.
You're welcome.
And
We do have the applicants here.
Can I just ask before we get them up?
Yes.
A question of you, Susan. What is the remedy if they're, if some of these, SOPs break down?
If they're in violation,
Yeah.
the
So what is
the motivating factor here is you have two entities, and if there's a violation, they're both going to be penalized at the same level.
okay,
So there's a real motivation to keep this separate and to cooperate.
do we have questions for the applicants?
I have a question for Susan.
Okay.
Just because I thought you said there wasn't public comment, but there's letters in here. Did those come from the applicants? They didn't come
Those
to
came from
us?
the applicants. They're tasked with garnering support from the community.
Okay.
And so when they submit their application, they also either a petition or letters of support. The state's not, they're kind of general about it. And we've accepted both. So I believe we had one that was petition and one that had letters.
Okay, and so your office didn't receive any specific letters or
No.
outreach?
So what we do is we post a notice on property 10 days prior to the public hearing. And so, and we also put it in the newspaper announcing it to the public. And if anyone has any negative conversations or problems with us doing this, they basically, you know, will submit something to MB Clerk, and we got nothing on either end.
Just so I'm clear, on the overlap of the lines that are on the maps, they apply to everything, sale, consumption, and storage.
I'm not sure I
The,
understand what you're
the
saying.
overlap of the lines for the 2 liquor licenses apply to all 3 categories, right? The delivery that you were describing
So
of
the
product through the loading dock,
Right,
I would consider that storage, so it applies to storage. But the same applies to sale and consumption of alcohol, right? If someone purchases something at the PIC,
they have to stay
they have
in
to stay
their designated
within
area.
that designated area. Okay.
Chief might have
And Rick, just to answer your question on the overlap with the loading dock, they haven't taken possession of that until it's delivered by the vendor. So the vendor is responsible for that loading dock area until they get to the secure storage of whichever license is in place. And those are well separated.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry, I missed my own answer, 'cause
Do we need,
No,
go ahead.
that was my question
Oh,
too, about
okay.
consumption, whether they can cross the lines. So,
Any other questions for staff? Does anyone have any questions for the applicants either?
I do.
Okay, which one? Both?
Applicants.
Both applicants?
so we're,
Chelsea
let's,
or the
we're
Peaks?
gonna have to open a public
Yeah,
hearing,
but-
so we need to do the peaks first, I believe.
Okay. But that's why I'm asking whose question.
Just repeat
It's
it.
supposed both applicants.
Okay,
Yes.
so Peaks. Peaks Resort and Spa, Peaks Hotel.
And if you'll, Matthew, if you'll just come up to the microphone there. Thank you.
And I suppose my question is, I'm just curious to hear the plan on how both groups plan to handle the guest experience through these invisible lines.
Sure. It is separate locations. So the spa itself has its own separate entrance. Alteza, again, its own separate entrances, and the conference rooms. So the space that we have licensed is all, I believe, very well delineated between, the space that it is and then the rest of the hotel. And so we've purchased signage, and we plan to have signs up that on both sides, one from TSG's side, one being the hotel, I believe. They would have to answer that question, but, logoed, that just says that no alcohol is allowed to, go beyond that point. And so we would staff those areas as well. Alteza has a host at the entrance. Our staffing levels are also about 10 guests to 1 employee. And so we would, between the signage and then employees, we would watch those areas and make sure that outside alcohol isn't coming in and inside alcohol isn't going out. We also plan to have logoed cups so that we can identify, anything that has been sold or served by within our areas if they're attempting to leave or come out. So,
Got it. Thank you.
sure.
Any other questions for the Peaks Hotel? Okay, if not, then I'll open up a public hearing specifically for item A, Peaks Resort and Spa. Is there any public comment?
And I have nothing online.
Okay, I'll bring it back up here. Any other discussion? If not, we'll stand for motion.
A motion to approve an application for hotel and restaurant liquor license for Peaks Hotel LLC, DBA Peaks Resort and Spa, located at 136 Country Club Drive, Unit C.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I did have one question. In your comments, you mentioned Alteza.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any plan to reopen Alteza?
We're in the process of trying to figure that out. I do believe that we plan to open Alteza back up. In what full capacity isn't quite clear yet.
Do you have a kind of a date you have in mind?
I do not.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
All All right, so now we'll take the Peaks Rental Management representatives for any questioning. I think Rick has the same question for you.
Good afternoon, council. Matt said it well.
You want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, sorry. My name's Chris Paulk, representing the managing director for the Peaks Hotel.
Joe Solomon, lawyer for the Peaks Owners Association.
So the signage is going to be critical. There'll be two on both sides. It's obviously a training situation for our staff as well as the other staff. I'm in charge of the security department for the hotel. We have security that is at the hotel during all hours of operation that liquor is going to be served, so that they will be able to also maintain that separation.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I think it was outlined well. You know, my concern stemmed from, I think the destination's already suffering from a level of guest service, right? And now we're adding another layer. And it's no different than when someone brings a dog into a restaurant, and the approach on how that's handled is what's going to make the difference. So that's, it was beautifully answered. Thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, I'm going to open up the public hearing. Is there any public comment?
Nothing online.
Okay, bring it up for any more discussion. If none, then we need a motion.
The motion to approve an application for hotel and restaurant liquor license for Peaks Rental Management LLC, DBA Silver Pick at the Peaks located at 136 Country Club Drive, Unit A.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the motion passes. Thank you for all of your work, and thanks especially to Susan and Chief for all of their work.
And since I'll ask you guys just one last question, which is, at the start of Christmas week, what do you hope to have up and running?
Sure. So Silver Pick will be the apparatus that supports, not knowing what the other side's going to do. It's going to be diminished, but it's going to be a food and beverage service. Obviously, Silver Pick has been open in the past as a limited breakfast offering as a coffee shop, if you will. We've put that on steroids to a bit where we're going to have a larger, expansive offering for breakfast, but then we're going to have a lunch and a small bites dinner service.
Is it counter service or waiter service?
It's going to be both.
Both.
So you can go to the counter and be able to get that, but we're also going to have servers in the great room, and depending on weather, the great room deck that'll be able to do both from a wine, beer, and liquor perspective and a food perspective. So in-room dining piece, we don't have a plan yet. We're getting a lot of comments from future guests asking for that. So that's something that we're going to attempt to see if we can take that apparatus and that application that we're doing in the great room and try to move it up in some type of again, I'll use the word diminished, but a fashion to be able to support those guest rooms from a food and beverage perspective.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving on, we have the bagger.
Is it just the bagger or do we have?
It is just the bagger on my agenda.
Well, it's memo too, right?
Department update.
It's department updates first.
Department updates and bagger.
Yeah.
A couple of quick things before questions. First, I just want to personally, on behalf of all of us, thank Molly Norton for the community dinner on Monday night. It was a fantastic success. I thought our previous dinners have been amazing, and this one managed to top it, or those. And so I guess the bad news for Molly is she continues to set the bar high for herself. And so we have lofty expectations for next year. But thank you very much, Molly, for that amazing work.
Yeah.
And then I just want to note that council supported, along with our friends of TMVOA, the renovation of the restrooms out here. And Kyle Tenge seems to have managed to run away yet again. Um, but
I just asked him to pop in here.
okay. But not only has he been overseeing that project for the last several weeks, but he realized that you guys and we all would be here today. And so he's been up for the better part of the last 36 to 40 hours to make sure that it was ready by 2 o'clock when you guys walked in the door. And sure enough, at 2 o'clock, it is ready to roll. So thank you to Kyle for all of that hard work.
He's just putting the finishing touches on.
Yeah, right.
Adding toilet paper.
Yeah, yeah.
All right. With that.
Okay, so yes, department updates. Any questions? Or,
I've got a
Commentary.
comment. I was hiking on Jurassic the other day and when they weren't doing the burns, and the western part of Jurassic that really cleaned up really well, and it just looks so much different. So thanks, Rodney, for all the work you and your team did on that. And hopefully we can get further east now, even though that's not our land.
I have a question and a comment. I just wanted to make sure that I understood under the building section, the additional $850K in permit fee revenue, just additional where, and that's what we already reviewed in the budget that we're going to accept today. I just wanted to understand
So
it.
that's revaluations on permits through this year. And Lars, welcome to come on up.
So the revaluation process is a process that we go through after a project is finished to verify that the valuation that they gave us initially matches up with the valuation at the end of the project. So this is additional revenue.
In 25.
Yes.
Correct.
Yeah, so it's spread across permit revenue and use tax.
Okay, great. I just wanted to understand the additional.
It's going to reach really close to $1 million. It's going to reach really close to $1 million. Jane has been working diligently on another 4 or 5 revaluations, so we're going to get really close to $1 million.
So if we want to tout successes, this is another, from my perspective, another success in the sense that, you know, we've enhanced our process of following up and making sure these valuations are updated and we're collecting the proper tax. And it's a great success story.
Thank you.
Are you,
Despite the fact that I had to pay a revaluation fee, still appreciative that as a
You were
town-
trying to cheat?
It was my kitchen.
I had a question. Are we implementing a new system in planning?
We do have a new permitting software that there were some difficulties in using the existing software that we had for planning purposes. And so the new software that we're utilizing incorporates forestry, building, and planning are all utilizing the same software, which we're at 100% utilizing that software. Everybody is in the department at this point. And overall, it's going pretty well. There are some glitches, but we're working through them.
So maybe I've just heard about the glitches, but
I would say 80%. I would say 80% of the contractors that we're working with are having no issues with the software. There are a select few that are having issues with the software.
And they're all yours.
I don't know. Well, you might do a focus group.
Okay.
We can talk about it offline.
Okay.
Well, we're on software and IT. The Starlink APs, are those live now and broadcasting?
Yes.
And so the whole idea is they're complementary, right? Not password protected.
No, there's big passwords in front of it. The intent is if we got into a situation, a prolonged internet outage or some need to serve the public, then we could then release those passwords and they would be simplified greatly than what they are right now.
Or just turn it off, maybe?
Not a good idea.
It runs against your grain, right?
Yeah. But yeah, they're up and running. I'm on it right now, and I was on it over the weekend. It covers the parking lot, covers this room as well as the immediate areas. The thing we have to remember is, you know, if we really were using this, you know, we can't, you know, feed 2,000 people with it, you know, so probably 20 to 30 people on a Starlink. I do want to remind you that we have multiple Starlinks down at the head end that have generator backups. And if, depending upon the outage, we can feed those connections into this building and outside as well. But we just don't know what that disaster looks like, where we're going to need, what we're going to need and when. But what's really nice is we have an independent connection now with Starlink here in this building, void of the head end. So we could operate in some capacity without the head end being down, you know, that where all the internet lands for the town of Mountain Village. Keep in mind, we don't have a generator in this building. So that means the grocery store in here, we would be bringing in generators of some sort to keep those services up and running.
I think it's
Jim?
tremendous that we did that just for continuity. I mean, you know, thanks to all the work you've put in, internet is now more stable and it doesn't go out every time it drizzles outside, knock on wood. But it's nice to have that redundancy, so thanks.
Jim, if there were an outage and we made this available to the public, how would we let them know, since presumably people around town would be, you know, without connection?
Oh, that's a great question. So Catherine Warren, the PIO officer, has, we're transitioning away from ReadyApp. We're looking at different systems that can notify people that have connectivity to their phone. So for example, if you're on T-Mobile, you would get that Starlink text. We also have signboards. Chris just now has the new portable signboard where we can advertise to the community whatever messaging we want. And we're also looking forward to finally putting in a new phone system 1st of January where we can have numbers that people can call into and we can do messaging that way. And that's in the cloud, so it's not here. You know, so if we had a micro disaster here, we can messaging outside in the cloud where people can call. So those are just some of the ways that we can communicate to the public.
Thanks.
Sure.
And Scott wants the password to be Scott.
Password will be Scott.
Capital S.
It's like Danny Winokur and Telluride got the Amazon locker, and so that locker is named Danny. And then they just put a second one in named after his wife. So
I just wanted to comment on the department report for our public works and our transportation team. You know, not all of the employees in our region have such a massive lift when there's seasonal changeover, and they just do so much to set us up for a successful winter season. And I just really want to express my gratitude around that.
Other questions or comments on department reports? Well, there are a number of great events coming up, so check the website, but it is Noel or what do we call
Holiday
it?
Prelude.
Thank you. Holiday Prelude this weekend. There's Hanukkah events after that, the Very Merry Market after that, and the final Tired Film Festival movie at the Conference Center on the solstice. So lots of great things for economic development. Okay, that's it. We'll move on to the bagger.
I do want to make one correction on the bagger. Last month, Harvey, you asked about some of the overtime numbers for the staff other than gondola, and we identified an issue with reporting in October and November. So I wanted to provide that corrected information. October, there was 427 hours reflected. The actual number was 104. And for your November, Jamie was able to figure out what was going wrong with the report and fix it. Instead of 319 hours, it's 127. So that brings the year-to-date total down to 1,200 as opposed to 1,700. So that has been corrected moving forward. And we did look, we have been looking at trends, and Jamie does report to departments what their overtime calcs look like every month. And I will say November was a month of water leaks. And also we had some fire system repairs down at VCA that required significant overtime.
My basic question was, does it tend to be spread out, or is it more concentrated? like
Yeah,
these
there are
events?
certain areas just depending on their workload that tend to see overtime. Police investigations, things like that do require that, but then it becomes spread out. Like we don't normally see a lot of VCA overtime, but in November we had a considerable amount there. So it does appear to be very situationally driven.
All right. Yeah, that was just understand it. That's why we have the baggers. Flag questions. So.
Yep.
Lots of silence,
Quite a group today.
but,
I had one question for you, Elizabeth. At the bottom on the right, under other stats, it says assessed property valuation. Does that include the updated, or is that the old one?
So that is the assessed property valuation for this current year, but we'll update that on the January return. And if we look at your mill levy ordinances, the new assessed valuation is roughly 580 million as opposed to 438.
That's less of a rise than I thought, since I thought valuations on the whole went up by like 40%.
Well, there's different assessment rates for different properties, but the final valuation that we received in from the county was at 580 million.
Got it. Okay, thanks.
And I think that's roughly, let me see, 150 divided by 430.
You couldn't resist.
I can't. I think it's close, but yeah, that's about 34%.
Oh, it is.
So it's 150%, 150 million increase. Yes.
And you're still working on that long overdue accounts receivable. Right?
I was just like, are we going to get out of this last meeting? Actually, David and I have had a little communication about that in the past few weeks.
Is this mostly like one person?
Yes.
any other,
Foreclose on the property?
We do have some, we do have some ways to collect in the end.
Yes,
So.
if foreclosing wouldn't necessarily be the most effective way, as we would not be first in line.
Yeah.
okay, any other questions or comments on the badger? Okay. So next we need to convene as the board of directors for the Metro District. So that will require a motion.
So moved.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay,
Okay. So at last month's meeting, we provided the budget for the Town's Debt Service Fund, which is what we took over from the Metro District when it dissolved. Included in this packet is the required documents to adopt next year's budget and set the mill levy. The Metro District was set up to adopt all of this by resolution, which is why there's just one reading. The resolution adopting the 2026 budget is in your packet, along with the resolution appropriating sums of money for the budget. And finally, the resolution to levy the mill levy for the Metro District in payment of the general obligation debt in that fund. So I'm not sure if there were any specific questions on any of these. This is a fairly straightforward piece.
any questions? Do I need to open a public hearing? I don't
We had the public hearing for the resolution of the budget at the last meeting.
So we just need a motion.
Yes.
I move to approve the following resolutions for the dissolved Mountain Village Metro District. Resolution adopting the 2026 budget, resolution appropriating sums of money for the 2026 budget, resolution to levy property taxes for the year 2025 for the 2026 budget year.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Now we need to reconvene as the Tyree Town Council or Mountain Village Town Council.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Can we just solve their problem now?
So included in your packet is our final supplemental appropriation request for the 2025 budget. These are fairly straightforward. The first is that during the year, Ski Ranches decided that they would like to expedite a lot of these capital improvements, and in doing so, agreed to pay for the contributions above the budgeted amount. This was up to $1 million. It looks like it's going to come under for the year, but I haven't seen the last pay app, so we just put in the full amount. So this has really no fund impact as we are budgeting for the revenues as well as the expenditures. And the second was for the Telluride Conference Center Fund. As you know, we're working through we're just finishing our first full year of completion, and we had budgeted based on historical numbers, and we had also budgeted net revenues, net of cost of goods sold, which is a lot of times how they're presented, but enabled to better track how those expenditures are coming in. We decided to move those down into the expenditure section by category. So you'll see some changes to the revenue to reflect that movement, but also to reflect where we're showing up at year end. And then the increase in the expenditures. And again, this does not have an impact to the fund as a whole.
Elizabeth, I didn't really understand the table
Okay,
for the Telluride Conference Center Fund.
sure.
Like catering revenues, negative 45,000.
So what I did was, in going through this, I just adjusted the revenues to where we thought we would be at year end, just to make sure we were looking okay. Our catering revenues, as we budgeted on historical.
So this is just the change to each of those lines.
Yeah, this is just to kind of true up some of those numbers at the end of the year. We're really only required to appropriate for the expenditures. But I think sometimes when we're looking at this, it's good to show council that the revenues are enough to compensate for that.
You're just recategorizing.
Yeah, I'm recategorizing, but I'm also truing up, like our beverage revenues were way higher than we anticipated they would be with the Sunset Concert Series and some of those events. So I did true up those revenue numbers as well.
Okay, I now understand. Thank
Okay.
you.
Ready for motion?
Yeah.
I move to approve the resolution appropriating additional sums of money for the 2025 budget year to be used for the purpose noted in the resolution.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
Okay. So the memo is also included for the operating budget, or the operating and capital budgets. This is the second reading of the ordinance. There were very slight changes, which I included in your packet, what changed between the the November and December readings. Basically, we had some information that some of our dues on our commercial properties were increasing, so I adjusted that. I also trued up sales tax to actual where we are this year, so that was a slight adjustment. But for the most part, this budget is consistent with what you've looked at since September. Oh, I also wanted to mention that the mill levy credit has been adjusted for the final valuation, which we received the last week in November.
Okay, so this is, as always, one of the more important things that government does, as it reflects our values and our programs and projects and path forward. But by this part of the year, we're tired of talking about it.
Maybe.
Except Harvey.
Yeah.
But I don't want to forget how much work gets put into to the creation of this every single year.
Just to be honest, I think we're all tired of talking about it from a staff level. So.
But, you know, I know that, you know, I think writ large, you know, we have a lot of things going on, and those are, you know, those are shown. We also, you know, did a mill levy reduction, and we asked our staff and directors to trim their budgets, and they did so, and I'm very grateful for that. We were able to do that without changing, you know, we were able to do that while still maintaining competitive wages and following through with our compensation study requirement, or, you know, recommendations. And so we're taking care of our employees while also, I think, being, you know, fiscally responsible, while also giving our taxpayers a break. But Harvey may have other opinions.
Yeah, thank you. So before we vote, I just wanted to, first of all, say that I am opposed to the 26 budget because for one simple reason, because it's a deficit. I'm not, for clarification, I'm not opposed to a single particular item. It's really just I adhere to the principle that as a town government, we should balance our budget. So from my knowledge of the budget, there's not anything that's particularly unusual this year. So I don't think that we should be spending our fund balance, or in layman's terms, our savings account. So in my view, there's nothing that we should be dipping into savings for this year, but rather we're just, analogizing to a household, we're simply living above our means, spending above our means. So that's the reason I oppose it. It's the principle of having a balanced budget, and then focusing on, you know, that core principle. Now, one might say, well, Harvey, relax. You know, we've got $30 million in our fund account, and I would say, yeah, that's true. But the deficit represents 7% of that, so we're spending 7% of our savings. And then I would also remind everyone that we also have debt, which exceeds our fund balance. And we also have future capital expenditures. And so by having debt that exceeds our fund balance, we've effectively already spent that fund balance. It comes due when we have to pay off the debt. And then secondly, when you look at our future capital needs, we have future capital needs of 2 to 3 times that fund balance. So just the existence of that fund balance doesn't make me overly comfortable to say, yeah, fine, let's not adhere to a principle of a balanced budget. So that's my personal view. It's just, I think, the way we should operate. That's all.
Thanks, Harvey. And I think that that's appreciated, and I commend you for your, you know, fiscal conservatism. And I think that there's many taxpayers and citizens here who would feel similarly. Is there a counter argument?
Not so much a counter argument, but I would be interested. I have observed on the couple of years I've been on the council that the trued up end of year expenditures and revenues show a higher surplus or a lower deficit than the original budget, and that seems to happen every year. And it may be kind of a legacy of COVID because it was hard to hire people, and so that may change. But I would be interested in, you know, looking back the last 3 or 4 years and just seeing, you know, what was that difference? You know, we thought the budget would produce a surplus or deficit of X, and it turned out it was $1 million better in 1 year, $1.5 million. But my sense is it's usually more than $1 million better, and so that gives me some comfort in voting for what is admittedly a deficit. And we would only see that it's a deficit because of the new way that we're presenting this. And I give Harvey and Lisbeth both a lot of credit for that. But I'm more comfortable voting for it because I actually expect that it will end up at the end of the year considerably smaller than we see it today.
And that does happen quite a bit with you know, sometimes projects moving from year to year, some other outstanding circumstances, but when we do our preliminary year-end financials in January, I also will do a presentation of kind of the history of our fund balance, how it's grown, what those years have grown, when the big capital years. So you can see that, you know, it built up dramatically, and then we had a big capital year in 2024 and we dipped down. And then, you know, just to get some more historical context as to what Harvey is talking about, I think would be helpful for
But I
everybody.
think maybe I'm misunderstanding. I think Scott's different. He's just saying, oh, we're budgeting a deficit of 2 million, but you know, in prior years, we're being conservative, so we're always ending up better than our budget.
Yes, yes.
I don't know if that's true or not, and so that's the fact question.
Yeah, no. I think that that's part of that analysis too, and it has been for several of the.
I wanted to make sure that was part of it.
It has been for several of the prior years, and you know, we had one of the reasons that is as well is we always budget conservatively for revenues. So, you know, we budgeted flat last year and we were up a few percentage points. So there's just a lot of things that play into that, but I will present, you know, where our budgeted deficit or surplus was to where we ended up as well.
A lot of the variance is in salary and wages that our hiring lags what we budgeted.
Yes. And so that we usually do have some lag in that as well. I would say some of the biggest differences, though, are we that have to get moved into a next year or.
Right, that was $500,000 this year. So there's a half.
There's
million
actually more than
deficit
that.
this-
Yeah.
That actually is going to end up being a greater surplus in 2025.
It actually lowers our deficit this year and increases our next year. So we'll in essence have $500,000 less of expenditures this year than we had budgeted for, but we'll have $500,000 next year. So it's really kind of
This year's 25,
important.
next year's 26.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay.
So this year is going to show a bigger surplus, and next year is going to show a bigger
down.
deficit.
So I think that's
show lesser
also.
deficit this year,
Yeah,
less.
so I think that's also important to look at when you're looking at a surplus and deficit over the years is, you know, some years we're going to have capital spending that exceeds the operating revenues, which will give you a deficit. And some years we're going to be building into that.
Right. I think Harvey's point is there's no unusual capital expenditure for 26 that would warrant dipping into it.
No, and I think when you look at some of the council's objectives and some of the things that cost the town quite a bit of money, but are so important to the community that we continue to go with them. I think one of the ones that always pops into my head is Munchkins. We have seen that need of funding increase, you know, exponentially over the past several years. And so to talk about what Harvey's saying, it may be necessary as we look into next year's budgets to see if there are, you know, if we have these programs that are so important and we want to keep doing them, if there are other offsetting programs or projects that we may want to come back to and cut down
And
on.
again, for everyone, just to be clear, if I had to come up with one or two things and everyone else had to come up with one or two things to try to balance it this year, I would hate what I would have to come up with, and I would hate all of the adjustments. I wouldn't be happy with them, but it's just a question of balancing it with, you know, a principle of trying to be a balance.
And what I hear, Harvey, is that it's a philosophical ideal.
Yeah.
And in reality, it's difficult to get there, but we should strive for that. And I think that we all agree. And, you know, I am thankful I'm not put in the difficult position of being on the budget committee to have to make those decisions. So I really applaud three of you who do all that heavy lifting to get us to this point. And obviously, one of the smartest people in the room, Elizabeth, yes, to make it all work. So
It's the budget committee.
Staff did pull $2 million.
Over two.
Over two, okay, sorry.
Because we had,
Pulled out over $2 million worth of cash flow, put it that way. Some capital, some expenses from our original cut at the budget. And then, you know, the other big variance here is the fact that we are rebating back $1 million to the property tax or to the owners of property, which I think was important to show a little fiscal discipline. Now, you may challenge that, you can't run deficits, but I do think that, I guess the way I look at it, I don't just look at a year. I look at a few years out, and I think, we're seeing a lot of activity in certainly with the Four Seasons, it's going to have a financial stimulus to us. And, so I think as you look over time, I think fiscally we're in pretty damn good shape.
It's just, yeah, and it's really hard. I think I credit Harvey for getting that schedule together that kind of puts it all together. But, one of the things is our Affordable Housing Development Fund will end up this year with a $2 million fund balance, but we will be spending that next year. So it shows up as a deficit in 2026. So, I mean, it's a moving picture at all times, and it's good that we're getting the information out there so that people can see. But the general fund is balanced, but when you look at the other funds that the general funds help support, child's care, parking, all of the vehicle acquisition, when you look at those funds, that's where the drawdown happens.
I think maybe when we head into next year, budgeting can be very philosophical.
Yeah.
And how conservative you want to be, how stringent you want to be to hit the target. Do you want to be within a certain percentage point? You're saying you're being conservative on estimating revenues, but maybe next year we feel like we want to actually hit closer to that actual revenue target. So I think maybe a little bit more discussion with the council next year about the philosophy of approaching it before you get into a lot of the deep work.
Well, and just so you know, all of those deep level discussions are had with the finance committee throughout the season. They actually start in August. And so when we develop our revenue projections, I kind of hand the finance committee everything that I've gathered, and then they give me their feedback on those assumptions. So it might be a just more detailed discussion about assumptions.
I think with the finance committee discussing to the council as a whole of what your expectation is that you are providing her on the philosophy for the budget.
Yeah, I think definitely we can spend a little bit more every October kind of delving into those assumptions a little bit deeper.
Yeah, we can make a note to schedule a budget philosophy work session in July.
And I'll
It's
just
a little
note,
early.
we had our staff retreat to kind of finalize our goals and objectives to feed into your retreat. And we were mindful of the fact that this next year, we didn't want to have we wanted to try to anticipate whether we thought we'd have reprioritized projects or anyway, I'm not saying it very eloquently, but I just want you to know we were very thoughtful around trying to anticipate the needs in 2026, knowing that we had a bit more of a challenging budget moving into
And I think the better
2026.
thing is next year we'll do the council retreat before the staff one.
Yes.
So that works out a little bit better timing wise too, but
Noted.
yeah.
I am a little concerned with all the things that are going on, how that could impact next year financially.
Yeah, and I think that there's nothing fortunate about, some of these concerns that council has. But the fortunate piece of it is that the large piece of our sales tax is earned in the first quarter of the year. And so if we come through that first quarter and we see some pretty concerning sites, we have time to make some big changes if needed.
And, timing wise, what meeting would that conversation be had?
I think that when we, January isn't technically a huge month, but I would say we'd be meeting, in February, we'd have some idea where we were trending, and then definitely March. And when we get the March sales tax in April, we would know what we would need to really cut the rest of the year to
I was just
maintain
going
the
to remind, there's
balance.
a month lag on the sales tax.
Yeah, and March is, of course, our biggest month, so. Yeah, so.
Any other questions we got to do a public hearing. Any other questions or comments from here? I'll open the public hearing. Are there any public comments?
There are no hands raised online.
Okay. We gotta,
Now's the time.
Yeah.
it's the time to talk about the budget. Yep.
Well, this is the budget, and then you have the mill levy open.
They want to talk about the mill levy.
You want
Oh, yeah. So do you want to do,
Can we do it all in one public hearing or do I need to open
No,
a
we need to
different
do
one?
separate public
Okay.
hearings.
So we need to vote on the budget.
And then
Thanks. I was trying to streamline it all, but the machinations of government. Okay, I'll close that public hearing. And if there's no other discussion, let's have a motion.
I move to approve the following ordinances upon second reading. The ordinance is ordinance levying general property
oh,
tax.
well, that one we'll do second.
we
I'm
gotta-
sorry, we should have read
So
that.
just adopting the budget.
Oh, okay,
No.
sorry.
Just adopting. the
Just
budget.
adopt the budget.
just again.
And then
I
we'll
move
do
to
the,
approve the ordinance adopting the budget on second reading.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And opposed?
Aye, opposed.
Okay. All right, moving on now to the second reading, public hearing and council vote on the town levying property taxes for the year 2025 to be collected in 2026.
so at the direction of council, the property tax revenue was limited to an increase of 10% over last year. There is an adjustment for new construction this year, so if you go back and it's a little bit different, that's why. The approved mill levy is 13.110. We will be providing a temporary mill levy rate reduction of 2.084 with a net mill levy of 11.026 for the year. And this was, the approximate value of that credit is 1.2 million.
Okay, and again, we've discussed this at length, but is there any other commentary?
Yeah, I'm not going to suggest 9.9 or anything. Percentage.
All right. I will open then the public hearing. And I will go ahead and read the statement here. The town council will take your comments either in person or virtually during all town council meetings. Virtual comments can be made through the Zoom conference app for items proper to receive public comment. Please do not comment until the presiding officer opens the agenda item to public comment. Public comment submitted outside of the proper time may not be considered. All those wishing to give public comment must identify their full name and affiliation, if any, to the town of Mountain Village. Please keep your comments as brief and succinct as possible, and all speakers will be limited to 3 minutes. Please refrain from repeating what has already been said by others in the interest of time. You may simply state that you agree with the previous speaker's comments. No presentation of materials through Zoom screen sharing shall be allowed for non-agendized speakers unless submitted 48 hours prior to the meeting date, and commenters shall refrain from personal attacks and maintain a civil tone while giving public comment. Mr. Thorpe, I'm kind of trying to eat up some time because we're way ahead, so that's why I had to read that whole thing, because I know you know the rules, but go ahead.
All right, Richard Thorpe, 24-year homeowner in a deed restricted workforce housing neighborhood here in Mountain Village. I just want to thank the council for considering a reduction in the mill levy rate. My recent 2-year assessment went up 57%. And I know a lot of my neighbors are in the same boat. And I would just hate to see, we're really fortunate. We have a great neighborhood where we are. And I would hate to see any of my neighbors having to sell because they can't afford to pay their taxes. So I just want to say that I support what council is doing. I thank you for considering that. And I think it's a reasonable adjustment. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thorpe. Any other public comment?
On the other side.
Thank you for having this particular item, Council Yolanda Vanek, a longtime resident in the village and also a homeowner with Richard Thorpe. And my take on this is it's awesome that you took it up and considering it, because I have lived in communities even before here when a mill levy gets adopted and everybody approves and votes on, various issues that result in mill levies. And everybody says, oh, it's just $100 a year. It's fabulous. And I have seen my friends who voted on things in the past, like the school edition, that suddenly instead of $100, it was suddenly $700 because their price, value of their house went up. And somebody says, oh, it's great. It's appreciation. But we all know, unless you're selling, you don't get to see that. And it's really weighing heavily on people who are paying like $4,000 mortgages. And in our neighborhood, the prices are going up crazy. 2.14 for deed restricted affordable housing. That's the house that sold the number 3, used to be at the Boulder. So thank you, and this is so important that we get to keep the long-term experienced people here, and that we don't have to see them leaving with their families.
Thank you, Ms. Vanek. And thank you both for taking the time to come and share your positive comments. It really means a lot. Okay, any other public comment?
There is nothing on it.
Okay, I'll close public comment. Any other discussion? If not, then I'll stand for a motion.
Sorry, not right.
Go ahead.
Can't help it. Just a question. Do we have any update on other jurisdictions?
is a good
It
question.
doesn't change the vote here, but I'm
Yeah.
just curious.
Do you know many of them were subject to the new Senate legislation restrictions? So I believe the county said they're still at the 5.2.
And the town of Telluride is subject to their own charter provisions,
Which is
have a cap and
7%.
Right, but the others like, okay.
Yeah.
The special districts,
Districts.
you know,
Yeah.
to Ms. Vanek's point, it is, at least when I look at mine,
Yeah.
it's special districts that really,
And they've been quiet as far as I can tell.
as far as I can tell.
Sorry, I just
Yeah.
curious.
I think 2 of the special districts did the exemption, and then the others had the cap.
What is an exemption?
They went to the vote in November to not be subject to the cap.
Oh,
The bridge
Okay.
and the fund that funds Bright
Mental health
Futures and
fund.
Strong
okay.
Heart.
So that they
Initiative,
could collect
yeah.
the full amount. Okay.
They can. And just so everybody is aware, we did discuss it, but the town is not subject to that legislation because it is a home rule municipality. And the previous legislation, the town was exempted from by a vote of the constituents.
I learned that term. We debruced or whatever it's called. Yeah.
Debrucing. Yeah, you got to learn Gallagher and
Yeah.
debruce.
Sometimes this job is a little dull, I'll just say that, but it is like a free education.
Just glad I'm not named Bruce.
Okay, we do need a motion.
I move to approve an ordinance levying general property taxes for the year 2025 to help defray the cost of government for the 2026 budget year.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we are ahead of schedule by a bit. Why don't we take a 10-minute break? Or why don't we just say we'll reconvene at 4:20?
Yeah. Is there anything else quick or no?
Let's just take a break.
Okay, thanks.
Recording stopped.
Oh, and we're back on.
Recording in progress.
Yeah.
Okay. We are just slightly early, but I think within the realm. So we'll go to the next agenda item, which is just an informational item now. Discussion regarding adopting the snowmaking rate study and amending the fee schedule to adjust snowmaking rates and approval of restated, amended, and restated water management agreement with Tired Ski and Golf. And for this, do we have David or Paul?
Me.
Okay.
So I can quickly just give council an update and the community. We have been looking at our water rates generally for several years. That has flowed through to our snowmaking rates. While TSG and the town share equally in our ownership of our water, the system which utilizes snowmaking is owned by the town. And so we do charge TSG rates for the use of that infrastructure and the impact that that use has on our infrastructure, because over time, we're going to have to replace that infrastructure as a result of that use. So we are looking to find a way to charge TSG appropriately for the proportional use of the system. We engaged a firm, SGM, that does this work all the time to set those rates. And upon getting that study back, TSG expressed some concern as to those rates. At the direction of council, we have been working on a staff level with TSG to find a path forward by which we can set rates that will work for TSG, for the organization, and for the community as a whole. And I want to say special thanks to Marty Whitmore, who has been excellent to work with on this discussion, has come to the table with some good ideas, and has been talking and working with us in good faith. There are a lot of details that we've been working on, and some of which we need direction from council, both the elected council and legal council today. And we got that in executive session. So hopefully we'll be able to go back to TSG and finalize an agreement that we can present to council at our next meeting. So that's where we're at. And again, thank you to Marty for all of her work.
And I think thanks too to this council for, you know, really trying to, I mean, these agreements go way back, and sometimes unwinding all of that is an understanding, you know, the new reality. You know, we've been faced with that with many other issues, and this is just yet another one. But, you know, I really think there's been a lot of thoughtful conversation and ways to try and make it work for everyone. And, you know, despite what some, you know, outside narrative is, you know, this council works really hard, you know, to work on each and every issue that we're faced with and be fair and equitable as much as, you know, as much as we possibly can. And this is a really good example of that. And so that is why we're taking more time to figure it out, is so that we get to a place where it seems like it's the best possible outcome. And if there's no other commentary on that, that was all there was to say.
We just agree with you, or?
You don't even have to. But then we do have an action item next, which is the second reading, public hearing, and council vote on an ordinance regarding the establishment and operation of town water and sewer enterprises. Do we have David?
Yep, nothing has changed since first reading. This is just a housekeeping item to ratify what we've already been doing.
Okay, any questions about that? If not, I will open the public hearing. Is there any public comment?
We have one hand raised online. Jonathan Greenspan.
Okay, Mr. Greenspan, I think you were on when I read the public comment statement before.
Yeah, possibly, probably, but I have it burned in my frontal lobe somewhere. Your eighth council member, Jonathan Greenspan, 103 Spring Creek Drive, the most boring address that one could ever have. Anyways, I'm sorry, I was trying to follow along and maybe I missed it, Mayor, but is this the water rates that you've been negotiating on?
No,
Or, nope?
no,
Okay.
yep. We're continuing that vote to a future date to work through some, just some points of negotiation and clarity in that agreement. But we have been working closely with TSG's legal counsel, Marty Whitmore, to come to an understanding on that. So,
Fair
yeah,
enough.
we're not taking any public comment on that, but it will be agendized in a future meeting for public comment.
Okay, that sounds great. It'd be just a shame for me to miss that. So anyways, we'll see you to the next topic. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Greenspan. Okay, yes, this is any public comment on the second reading of the establishment and operation of the town water and sewer enterprises. If there's no other public comment, I'll close the public hearing and bring it back up here. If there's no other discussion, then we'll stand for motion.
Give me the nod.
What?
Give me the nod when you
Okay.
want the motion.
Ready?
I'll
Go.
move to finally adopt the ordinance regarding the establishment and operation of the town water and sewer enterprise.
I'll second it. I was waiting the whole meeting to do this one.
Oh, you were. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay,
So you were supposed to say.
moving on to agenda item 13, which is consideration of approval of settlement agreement and release with Gondola Plaza Parking Condo Association and Tyrone Mountain Village Owners Association. And with that, we have both David and Mr. Pittenger.
So this should be pretty quick and easy. The DRB approved some work to install speakers and things in the area of Sunset Plaza. TMUA did the work, had permission from the town to do that, and there was a concern that they dug a little too far and might have damaged the membrane on the underground parking garage. There was some investigation. The roofer confirmed the warranty was still in effect. So everything's been settled. TMUA and the Owners Association have already signed this document. The town pays zero money. Everybody waives every claims. This just puts it to bed. So no liability, no money. Go ahead and approve it, please.
Okay. Any questions? Okay. In that case,
I move to approve the settlement and agreement and release with the Gondola Plaza Parking Condominium Association and TMVOA and authorize the mayor and the town clerk to sign it. Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, thank you. All right, moving on now to, hello, Molly. Second reading, public hearing and council vote on an ordinance amending CDC section 17.6.2, special event regulations and the creation of special event guidelines.
Do you want to
And we have
upgrade
Daniel
me,
as well.
Susan?
Hello.
Can I join the Zoom so I can
sure.
share?
Hold on one second.
Do you have a demonstration tent or anything, or?
List. Thank you. Awesome. Thank you, everyone. We're back for a second reading and public hearing on the special event regulations and other miscellaneous changes that we discussed last month. The only change from the first reading was grammatical corrections and clarifying the special event definition was any two of instead of any of one of the three. So it is any two of. Wanted to, I highlighted in the memo since some questions came up at the last reading, but wanted to emphasize some of the impacts that this has to events. Hopefully, I think they're all very positive impacts. The primary reason is for small pop-up events, making the process substantially easier. Girl Scout sales, task bake sale, all went through the same process as Telluride Film Festival and Gay Ski Week and all these major events. And so we really wanted to make it so that those small events could literally just reserve a day and time and just clear with us. So that these changes allow for us to do that. It also helps us, our definition was 1 day versus multiple days was the main definition on major versus minor. And we had a lot of 1 day events that had way more of an impact than a multi-day event. And so these changes also reflect staff's time and our plaza use more appropriately. And then weddings, which is relevant and timely, but I promise you we have been working on these changes for at least a year. But there was a clause in there that weddings on private property didn't necessarily need to go through a special event process, and we've clarified that certain weddings on private property probably certainly should go through a special event process. One thing that we do need as part of this approval is that we are moving the special event, part of the special event definition into the guidelines. So the definition previously outlined major versus minor versus all of those within the CDC, and we're asking to move that into a guidelines document that ideally staff is recommending can be approved at staff level. But we could also bring that to council and you could approve it by resolution anytime we needed to update those guidelines. So that is something for council to decide. So again, our staff recommendation is to approve on second reading, as well as allow the guidelines to be approved at a staff level. And we've provided the proposed motion for you. Any questions?
I don't have any questions. Well, go ahead.
I have one little nit and pick
Yeah.
on the definition. On number 2 on page 355 of the packet. It says the event is expected to have a significant adverse visual, noise, environmental, and other adverse impact upon immediate vicinity or surrounding area. That's why it needs it. And then if you go to page 359, hang on real quick. It says the proposed special event will not pose an adverse impact on the public health and safety or welfare of the public interest. And so I guess what I'm suggesting is on the first one in the definition, I don't know why it has to have an adverse impact. I mean, it's going to have, if we could just take the adverses out of that definition and it just say it will have an impact is my suggestion.
What if it has a positive impact?
Exactly. That's the point.
But then that would be, the way, if you took that adverse, that would be a mark against it if it had a positive impact.
All right.
Part of the criteria. I'm trying to see
You couldn't
where-
prove anything with an adverse impact anyways.
And
I don't-
this is under, the criteria for decision.
Yeah.
I see.
The two are contradictory somewhat.
Oh, I see, yeah.
But you would want D to include,
No, and I wouldn't change that. Just
wouldn't
take the
change.
adverses out of the definition because it's just going to have an impact on anything that's going to make noise or.
other
Yeah,
impacts.
it's just a suggestion. I don't feel strongly about it, but it just struck me as contradictory.
But I mean, if it has noise, somebody's gonna say, you could argue anything with amplified volume, amplified sound is gonna have an adverse impact on people's hearing.
The beauty is in the eye of the beholder. So I would just hate to say that we knew something was adverse and we proved it anyway.
Nice.
This was where I was going with it, so.
Well,
And I
we
don't
could
feel
get out
strongly-
our thesaurus. What's a different word for adverse?
Serious adverse.
I don't think you need anything. I think
Yeah,
if
okay.
it makes noise or if it has environmental impact,
Then we don't approve it?
it just, no. That's.
Yeah, not
that's
the,
one of criteria.
because you would want the criteria to be not have an adverse impact. It's up in the definition.
And the definition, the
piece-
purpose of the definition is to just say who has to apply.
Who has to apply?
Right.
So you're just using that as a filter of who has to come and ask.
Why don't you just make it a material adverse impact?
Okay.
Material.
Material
Right.
adverse.
Yeah.
I like that.
In the definition.
That's
In the definition.
That's why I spent 3 years just reading stuff.
That's right.
Thank you, Paul.
But do we have to define material?
That's up to
I
me.
knew you were gonna ask that, and I was gonna say
That's up to staff.
deference to staff.
Any other questions? Well, I just want to commend you, Molly, for taking this on. I think that we are creating an environment up here that is welcoming and hopefully, promotes more small, events and activities. And that's very much in line, I think, with our goals and initiatives. And thank you for, observing that there were some roadblocks and removing those, which I think is kind of what this does.
Totally.
Okay, well, it is a public hearing, so I will open up the public hearing. Is there any public comment?
There are no hands raised online.
Okay. All right. Close public comment. Any other discussion? If not, take a motion.
I move to approve the second reading of an ordinance regarding the proposed changes to the Community Development Code, section 17.6.2, special event regulations, and 17.8.1 definitions, 17.6.7 busking regulations, and 17.4.2 table 4-1 development application classes attached thereto to Exhibit A, and the adoption of a special event guidelines attached thereto as Exhibit B.
With the amendment.
Huh?
Do you have to make the change that we talked about?
With the addition of
the
that
addition.
one word, material.
adverse change.
In the definitions. And Paul or David, do they have to do anything to specify how we bring guidelines or make edits to the guidelines, either as staff or council resolution?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay,
Cool.
This was really a special event.
Excellent.
Madam
so
Mayor.
can we,
Go
yeah,
ahead.
or
No, go ahead.
is it, well, can we move on to the next one, or do we need to?
I think
We're early.
is, I don't know if he's on yet. I don't think he is.
Okay,
Yeah, why don't you do that?
17?
we're at
Yeah,
15.
maybe Lauren could go.
Yeah. Is that okay, Lauren? Okay.
Madam Mayor, why is the turkey cross the road?
Um, to argue with the person on the other side.
Close, to prove she wasn't chicken.
Good one. See what we're doing here?
Paul's kids are
Yeah.
entering the stupid joke age.
Can we just leave that door open? We usually have it open, right?
Yeah. Come on in, we're not doing anything.
Sierra, can we prop that door open? Thank you. Sierra was the big winner of 2 plane tickets at the community dinner the other night. Oh, it's good. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, no, just that one's good. It's perfect. Now it's open. So I don't know why it was yeah. Okay, great. Thank you, Sierra. Where are you going to go after you go to Denver? Or maybe you just go to Denver.
I'm not sure yet,
Okay.
but I have like 180 days to decide.
Nice.
Plus 170.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you. The other big news is that our PIO is also our PIO is also an influencer. She has made some very well liked and many thousands of times seen videos, millions of times seen videos on TikTok.
Tens of millions.
Really?
Okay, so
You're up to 12.
blowing my mind here.
Does it
And they're
involve a
great.
cat?
Catherine, we have a little time, and I think this is important.
Are we gonna put it on
We
the
we
screen?
are killing time, okay, everyone? Yeah.
Are you gonna share it on the screen?
Oh my
No.
Why
On a whim, a couple weeks ago, I posted a video of my two cats being introduced to my boyfriend's two cats as they've moved into the house together. And we now have 4 cats in the house, and it's very dramatic because cats are drama queens. And I threw this little edit together, not thinking much, and it went viral. And it has had now like 12.5 million views, and I'm now monetized.
And you're getting free cat litter boxes that are electric, right?
Yes, and
Self-
brands
self-
have
free
reached out to me.
self-cleaning, yeah.
And don't worry, I'm already brainstorming how I can incorporate Mountain Village into this once the cats get along. We will do a video of
You
Samson.
did the Dogs of Mountain Village thing, but maybe now it's the cats.
We did do the Cats of Mountain Village for National Cat Day, including some cats that have crossed the Rainbow Bridge. And I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh at that, Lauren. The whole thing is silly, and we all need some levity, don't we?
So how does the viewership of this cat video compare to the council?
Yeah, Council Connects versus cat video.
There's a little bit
No
of a
contest.
difference. People want cat content, turns out. And it's also, the Instagram page has done super well too. So I have 30,000 followers on Instagram and about 23 or so on TikTok.
The content is great.
So, okay,
All
are we
right.
done
Well,
killing time?
congratulations,
And
Catherine.
Say what your, how, if anyone wanted to follow you,
Yes.
that isn't already.
it's Matilda and the Boys is the handle. Matilda.and.the boys. But please, just with that caveat, don't judge me for my crazy cat lady voice to my cats.
I've already invited her to get content with my cats.
Yep, barn cats. We're gonna do a tour of all the
Yeah,
cats.
it's gonna
entirely.
Like a traveling show?
It's like a trap, yeah, because my cats are in Norwood, but they live in a barn, and there's
We'll
6
do
of
your
them,
cats.
and-
We'll do
They're like country
Samson.
cats.
They're like country cats, yeah. They're like
Yeah.
they're like West End cats.
Yeah. We could then introduce your cats to my cats.
Yeah, I think my cats might win.
Well, Matilda's pretty fierce. Have you seen the latest video? No.
Sounds like some great content.
It's silly, but we all need silly in our lives right now. So
Oh, thank you for that. Okay, thanks,
that.
thank you, Lauren.
Yeah, I know. No, that's tough to follow. Thank you.
Don't be a scaredy
Thank you.
cat.
Thank you,
Just bring
Mayor.
a cat up and you.
I know. I wish I had one right now. Thank you, Mayor Prohaska and council members. Today, I'll be doing an overview of our community resilience plan. It's 3 years in the making, so we're very excited to bring this presentation on the draft to you tonight. So I wanted to just start with why resilience matters. I won't go through all of these data points, but the long and short is that our region is seeing the impacts of climate change through things like reduced snowpack, warming trends, water stress, wildfire risk. And all of that matters because 77% of our region's economy is tied to tourism. And in order to get the tourism here, we need to have certain things that are now being impacted. And then our direct actions impact the progress of our region, which also has resilience and climate goals and things that they're putting into place. For the potential benefits and impacts of this plan, this is not a comprehensive list, but I just wanted to kind of show what the potential impacts and benefits could be. So things like in protecting natural resources and having wildfire mitigation strategies, we can reduce home insurance costs, which will have a direct benefit to our residents. We can reduce energy costs through things like thermal energy networks, through energy efficiency upgrades. We can have energy redundancy and resiliency through things like installing more solar or through geothermal
So all that to say, there are a lot of potential impacts and benefits that we would see from implementing this sort of plan. There's also additional benefits like economic diversity, improved mental health, and improved quality of life. The historical context of this, again, I won't go through all of this. I just wanted to have it as a reference point for people to refer back to. But starting in 2005, so 20 years ago, the town signed on to the U.S. Mayor's Climate Protection Agreement. And that essentially just aligned communities with the Kyoto Protocol, which has a 5% reduction. This one took it a step further and had at least 7% as the goal of reduction for emissions. In 2019, we passed a resolution committing to the Global Covenant of Mayors. So that just kind of solidified our 2005 commitment. But that had more specific actions that were associated with our progress. So that included things like a greenhouse gas emissions inventory, specific interim goals, specific targets, specific actions to take, and then making sure that we were tracking all of these objectives and how we were doing, and then regularly reporting on them. In 2003, we adopted the Regional Climate Action Plan by resolution. So that was developed for San Miguel and Uray counties and establishes greenhouse gas emissions reductions as well as specific actions tied to them. And then since 2005, we passed 19 supporting commitments, ordinances, and resolutions to resiliency and climate action. So an overview of this plan, it's intended to serve as a guiding document for staff. It's not intended to be kind of this end-all be-all for the town. So with that, the ultimate goal is carbon neutrality by 2050, as well as community resiliency. There are 5 key sectors that it covers: buildings, renewable energy, transportation, waste, and natural resources. Natural resources encompasses things like water, wildfire mitigation strategies, forest health, agricultural support, things like that. There are 14 strategies and 41 actions in total. And then again, the benefits can include things like reducing greenhouse gas emissions and improvements to public health infrastructure and economic resilience. So the plan structure is that it starts with this kind of larger community resilience plan that goes through kind of how the town defines resilience that's specific to our community and what it is made up of. Then it has an implementation roadmap as an appendix, which goes into more specific strategies and actions, as well as key considerations, potential funding partners, and then potential like partnerships and the interim goals. So if it's a high priority, low priority, or not low priority, but high priority, medium priority, or lower priority in terms of when to implement it. And then it goes into year-to-year priority projects and budget allocation. So that latter part is something that would be a next step to this plan. So that would be like the staff work plans, kind of the year-over-year adjustments, and then assessing where we are with our goals. So this is an overview of the key strategies and actions. These are the near-term high priority strategies. This is just one of the visuals taken from the plan. As you can see, there are 4 categories. The renewable energy was built into the building energy for this graphic. So what this plan does not cover, again, it's intended to be a guiding document for staff, similar to our comprehensive plan. It's not intended to be a detailed cost analysis. That will come with the specific project actions and the implementation piece of it. It's also not binding legislation, so while it has policy recommendations within it, it does not serve to be enforceable with this adoption if we were to proceed with it. It doesn't include project specific, so there's flexibility with how staff and the town can implement the actions, and that will be dependent again on where we are as a town, which leads into the next part of what it's not. So it's not a rigid structure. It's intended to be a flexible framework that will adapt based on where we are in terms of staff capacity, budgets, external funding, community input, and then regional priorities. So I just wanted to touch on the methodology for how the greenhouse gas emissions were done. And again, I won't go through all of this text, but just for reference, it's there. The town uses GPC, which is the Global Protocol for Community Scale Greenhouse Gas Emissions Inventories, and then USCP, which is the Community Protocol for Accounting and Reporting of Greenhouse Gas Emissions. These two are the methodologies that are recommended and standard for local governments and cities. And so we go based off of that to have an apples to apples comparison to other similar communities. So EIA is widely used. It's a federal reporting system, but it doesn't establish that accounting protocol for greenhouse gas emissions. This is a comparison to other mountain towns' emissions. So as you can see, this is listed in order from buildings of the highest percentage to the lowest. So we are towards the top, a little bit in the middle. But when I talked with the Community Development Department, this aligns, especially with the Mount Crested Butte and Winter Park, with how our development is. So those two communities especially have similar development patterns in that their buildings generally are around 10,000 square feet, with the larger construction that we see here in Mountain Village. With this resiliency plan, as I mentioned, it's 3 years in the making. So we did do an update to how we were calculating greenhouse gas emissions. That included expanding our transportation to include transboundary commuting emissions, so emissions from commuters into Mountain Village, particularly for the workforce. And that was not initially included in 2020. That was within 2020, it was just transportation within our physical boundary. So with that expansion, our emissions in the transportation sector went up by 19%. As you can see from the previous slide, that's more in alignment with where other towns are. Touching on the business as usual forecast. So this is a graphic showing what were to happen if we were to do nothing and not take any action. We would see a 25% emissions reduction. This is mainly due to SMPA and Tri-State making their grid cleaner. So they have goals that I'll go into a little bit later that would get us there. So that's where the initial dip is. And then we see that increase back up due to population growth and projected tourism increasing. So that's kind of why it doesn't continue to go down. As part of this project, we had one of our consultants, ICLEI, forecast out different strategies to get us to our goal of carbon neutrality by 2050. Through these modeled strategies, they had calculated that it would get us to 94% reduction. And then there were additional things that we could consider if we wanted to get to the full 100%. But this would be in alignment with the goals I previously mentioned in the historical context slide. As you can see, a lot of these strategies are far more aggressive than what the town is currently doing. And so that goes back to the flexible framework of what the community's appetite is, what the town council's appetite is for actually implementing these strategies. But again, this is how we got to our goal. All of this to say, while there are changes with the federal government currently, the state of Colorado does have its own goals for resiliency and climate action. So all of the actions within our resiliency plan do support the state of Colorado's goals. And with that, we are anticipating additional funding becoming available through the state of Colorado to help support all of these actions. There are also local utility goals. So Tri-State has a goal of 50% renewables on the grid by 2025 and 100% by 2035. The next slide I'll show you shows that they're on track to meet that. And then Black Hills Energy, while they don't have their own goals, they are required by the state of Colorado to reduce their emissions from natural gas. And that's part of the Public Utilities Commission Clean Heat Plan that was passed earlier this year. So there are things that they need to do, like electrification, exploring alternative energy like geothermal, thermal energy networks, and then supporting customers for energy efficiency. So this is a chart showing Tri-State's 2024 energy system. As you can see, they had 36% renewables, 32% coal. I just got an update from SMPA this week, and they received an update from Tri-State that they currently have 50% renewables on their entire grid, and that they, in Colorado specifically, they're closer to 60%. So the next steps for this, kind of just setting the stage for what's coming down the pipeline, we are finalizing the community resilience plan. So we had intended on going out to public comment in December. Given the holidays and the historic response rate over the holidays, we've decided to push that to January. So we're tracking to release this for public comment in early January, have it open for about 4 weeks, and then bring this to council in February for adoption, which will recommend adoption and then kind of go from there in terms of the next actions and work plan and figuring out the near-term high priority actions to implement. So I know I threw a lot at you. Does anyone have any questions or any topics that they'd like to kind of expand on further?
Just one quick comment question. Under transportation, I don't recall seeing anything relative to the gondola. And maybe it's because it's not specifically just Mountain Village, but was sort of curious. I mean, if I think of transportation relative to climate, the gondola is probably the key factor, as far as the regional emissions in the transportation sector. And so it's just a question of whether something should be said about it or just why it's not in there, or just, it's any comment about it, that's all.
Yeah, that's a good question. So we do have kind of higher level strategies and actions about public transit and connectivity and access in general. And then within the plan itself, we have a section within the transportation section that talks about the gondola. So there are no specific actions that I'm remembering that are related to the gondola, but we can certainly go back and add something, especially with this renovation upcoming.
And maybe it's because there's nothing to do. It's on its own trajectory or something, but that's all.
Yeah, I think the thought with the gondola, at least in the plan, the section that we talk about, how it's sourced through electricity and then renewable energy credits offset it. But I mean, the technology is almost 30 years old, so I'm sure there's efficiencies with the transportation system.
Just to preach a little bit, I mean, without the gondola, for those who are concerned, I mean, the transportation numbers would be greatly
Right.
different.
Absolutely. Yeah.
My recollection from my orientation tour is that the entire gondola, the main line, is powered by a 500 horsepower electric motor.
I know
It's
that.
about this big.
Yeah, it's all electric, and then it does have natural gas and diesel backup when needed. If memory serves, there wasn't that much diesel and natural gas that was needed last year. And then what is used is offset by the renewable energy credits. And then we do have solar arrays installed on 3 of our gondola stations to help with the power as well. Mhm.
The new motor would probably, it's a direct drive motor, it's gonna be a lot more efficient.
Yeah. My comment was the current one and a future one will be very efficient. It's really just acknowledging that without that, people are driving and it'd be really a step back, that's all.
Yeah, and that's always like in every climate action and resiliency plan I've seen, reducing vehicle miles traveled is a key component. And I think in our case, we definitely don't want to add vehicle miles traveled by getting rid of the gondola system in terms of a resiliency and climate perspective.
Others?
Other questions?
So my second one is, you said that what it's not, which is it's not analyzing specific projects or a cost analysis. I guess I would suggest for conversation, in one of the principles of the whole document, should we have up front that every proposed action must have some sort of robust cost benefit analysis? If you're going to bring it to council, I'd like to see a cost benefit rather than just, it's nice or it's, going to do X.
So do you mean with, like, if this were to move forward with adoption down the line for the work plans with
Well, I'm
each
just wondering, should we
action?
put it as a principle of the document that we acknowledge that all future approved actions will have to go through, in the decision-making process, it'll have to go through a cost-benefit thought process.
I think that's a question for council because
Yep.
with each project, if you add on a cost benefit analysis, it might add more money to the planning and implementation of the project. So there, I mean, there are things in here that we're already planning on doing, like a forest health plan and like different feasibility studies for things like geothermal. And so the question would be, do we want to add that type of language and then add a cost benefit analysis to each of those projects?
But I think to speak to that more aspirationally, like we could add a whereas that just says like we would provide that so that you can evaluate, you know, the value of each project. And what that looks like might be different, you know, pursuant to the project. So I think I'd prefer to put it in as a whereas, that is what you would prefer to see moving forward, is this cost benefit analysis. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Rather than we're hiring
you know,
from
and
X.
again, we always kind of fall into this murky place with visionary documents where that line of, you know, the actual, you know, the actionable aspects of it, you know, are a little more nebulous sometimes than we want to, than we can conceptualize. And that, you know, this gives us a roadmap, but not really the point by point instructions. So I hear Harvey, but I think that that is a later step in the implementation of the actual programs. And so I think Michelle has a good, you know, way to incorporate that, is just that, you know, it's just like the rest of the aspirational language, we will, you know, aspire towards, you know, you know,
For me, it's also for staff, which is, and again, others chime in, I would expect that to be part of every decision-making process. And so it's just acknowledging that. So that this document isn't just all, you know, we're going to do all these great things with no recognition, that they have to be analyzed on some sort of practicality, cost benefit kind of thought process, in addition to all the other aspects of the decision. So it's just more of a staff, and the way ours is fine. It was just acknowledging it.
other questions or,
Disagree, go ahead.
I say in my comments, you know, I think at the end of that, I kind of said, you know, this document's 100 pages. It's kind of motherhood and apple pie. You know, this is kind of aspirational. I think, and maybe it's because I worked in business, that I like to see kind of tangible steps. So, you know, pick your top 5 to 7 initiatives and really focus and drive those. And then when you get those done, move on to the next 5 to 7. And I just think that would be more tangible. And we've got to put, you know, I think as Harvey was saying, a little cost structure around this, because the demand on our capital is going to be fairly intense over the next 10 years. Wastewater treatment plant, affordable housing, and somehow we have to kind of fit this in, but it's got to have a return. So I think the more tangible you can make this, it would be easier for me to support.
and I'm just having some flashbacks from all the many years of working on the comprehensive plan. And they, you know, because this was the cycle that we got stuck in, working on that original comp plan, which was, well, this really doesn't have teeth. No one really understands, you know, the exact direction. Why don't we make it more clear what the next clear steps are going to be? And what that, you know, what that created was a situation wherein years pass, the environment changes, and I'm not talking about, climate change. Things change and you're locked into a document or a work plan that doesn't have the flexibility to evolve. So I hear what you're also saying, Pete, but again, like, I think understanding the intent of this document versus the intent of a work plan that would be discussed at the beginning of the year or the end of the year for the next year's budget, or even, how we took the Trails Master Plan and we said, okay, well, these are the priority projects, but still we have a lot of flexibility in there, because if something comes up like, oh, here's a partner that wants to partner with us on this project that's number 15 on the list, but it's a very small lift and we've got funding for it, let's have the flexibility to work on that. So coming through the lens of recognizing that this is not meant to be a work plan, I think we can, maybe massage things to make some big buckets of priorities that would have the most impact. Obviously, if 75% of our emissions are caused from buildings, then, we probably want to prioritize some building related projects and programs. But, what I'm hearing is that there's a concern that this is going to come with a big giant price tag. But again, we have to remember, like, any project has to go through the same processes that any other funding, initiative would have to go through. So this would just be the guiding document that would help future councils get to an understanding of what the priorities are.
And just to build off of that, in addition to helping councils, I think it would also help staff, because what I've heard just across the departments is this desire to have the foundation of what council wants to see. So in having this community resiliency plan adopted, it would at least set the stage for town staff to say, okay, so council believes that resiliency is a priority. They believe in climate mitigation and adaptation. And so now we have this direction to bring forth a work plan that has things like specific feasibility studies or specific construction projects for bike ped lanes. And with that, we would have those costs associated. But even with like the geothermal project that we're currently doing, when we did the scoping study, I asked them for an estimate for construction costs to install and build this thermal energy network. And they gave me a range of $15 million because they had no idea, because they needed to go through the design and engineering process in order to even be able to give me a realistic range.
And I think that it kind of just helps to organize the initiative. It doesn't give it the hard detail, right? And I'm just thinking of the years that I was on the green team, and to start that organization, that group, we just kind of were like, oh, like, let's sit around a table and figure out what feel-good projects we could do for a little bit of money. That didn't move the needle really anywhere. And, I think we learned over the course of many years that, that's really not the way to get to actionable and, results that have moved the needle. So, I understand the trepidation in signing on to a advisory or, visionary document. But again, there's a reason that it exists, and it's because it's the first step you need before you go digging into the details of creating these work plans.
I mean, I think when I read this, the way I feel about it is that the comprehensive plan has very clear intention, and it's sort of like bones, right? It's listing, certain things that the community values and is committed to, and this is then adding flesh to that and really creating something more robust to give them the guidance that they need to work into the parameters of fulfilling the comprehensive plan that the community has signed off on as their vision for the community. So that's the way I see it. Is it is one of the things that I wanted to be on council for is to help us start to operationalize some of the vision of our comprehensive plan into the ways that staff can efficiently work on achieving the vision of our community.
I think I'll note too that since 2005, Mountain Village wasn't working in a vacuum. Telluride also adopted the same, what was that called again? The Kyoto?
The US. I can go back.
In any case. And although you don't always see it, the three jurisdictions have typically moved these things to get forward together. Another milestone was 2010. That was on the heels of I think there was something that happened in 2009. But in any case, like these have like longer term, kind of like potentially generational impacts for our region. And I realize that we are in a unique community here, and we want it to resonate for our community as well. But I think that the shifts that Lauren has made through the resilience plan, I mean, people want to have lower electric bills or lower utility bills. People want to have systems that work if we have some kind of crazy climate event or electric event. And I think that that's really where a lot of these plans are moving. And I think we are particularly vulnerable. We are in rural Colorado. I think we often like to pretend like we're sophisticated, we have it all together. But when the road gets shut down, we don't get food from Denver. So I would, encourage a robust conversation and public engagement around this. And I think that Lauren often is in the trenches with the other jurisdictions. And I think we've come a long way about being regional in our thoughts around things. And I think this is sort of an outgrowth of our regionalism that we've embraced in the past 5 to 10 years.
I think just thinking about Harvey's comment about cost benefit and your comments, Michelle, about people want lower electric costs, or we want to know that we're going to survive a forest fire. The cost benefit for things that have a direct, tangible impact on things like electric rates or or survivability in a fire. That's easier for me to think about a cost benefit. Where it gets, I think, trickier and really comes down to sort of like the values of the council weighed against the cost is if the benefit really is strictly carbon reduction. So you're not saving any money on electricity, you're literally just reducing the amount of carbon that you're putting into the air. And one of the problems with climate change is that it's like the world's worst collective action problem ever, because what anybody does affects everybody. But if one person does something in isolation, it doesn't do anything. I just ran some quick numbers, and our carbon emissions are 0.002 of 1% of the global carbon. And so, we could spend $500 million, eliminate, convert every building to electricity, move everything to renewable, and it wouldn't have the tiniest drop, except when you consider it in the context of, well, if everybody took that view and nobody did anything, then, we're in a world of hurt. And so part of, I think, the real challenge we're going to have is, how much money do we spend on things that are, I guess I'd characterize it as being good global citizens, but it's not necessarily showing up, in the pocketbooks or in the insurance rates or anything of our constituents. And that, I think that's where, we all have a lot to wrestle with there.
And I think you bring up a good point. And when we started this project, the council representation that we had was Patrick Berry, who is also a finance person. And so something that we specifically mentioned to Cascadia was that we did not want this to be a carbon, like a calculation of how to reduce just emissions. We wanted to make sure that the actions had financial and economic benefit. And so, so just to your point, that was a consideration. So, that's why we had the slide on the potential impacts and benefits, because there are those direct cost savings that people will hopefully see if we implement certain things, especially strategically, where we can target those items that will have the greatest impact in terms of reducing those costs.
And
Or sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I love Lauren for doing this work, get into it too. I mean, and you want to be practical about it, because we see a lot of number crunching, and it's mind numbing sometimes. And that's been our frustration regionally sometimes. It's just a bunch of number crunching and the actions don't happen. So I would encourage you to be practical around how you apply things. And also, I think it's important to do things. Like, we have a lot of real challenges in front of us, and you've got to try. You always need to try, because doing nothing, I just don't think is an appropriate alternative. And that applies to everything in our lives. You know, the people in our lives that struggle, you want to help them. You don't want to just say, oh, they're just struggling. And I see this like that.
And I think that I know that's a really significant thing to grapple with. But I will say that it's heartening to, see the movement and the momentum that's happening across at least all of, our comparable communities and other, destinations across the world. There is, like, our livelihood does depend on it. If we're already seeing it. In 30 years of living here, prior to about 10 years ago, I only remember one Thanksgiving where we weren't open. I mean, like, I think we have a responsibility to join with our other, communities, and, it is about momentum.
And we're not going to bring back the snowpack with this plan. Like, that's not
No.
the intent. We're not going to change the climate. To your point about our percentage of emissions in the world. And so it really is intended to provide a roadmap for us to adapt and mitigate as much as we can, but become a more resilient community, so that we have a year-round economy, we have economic diversification, so we aren't just relying on weather to have people come here. So that's, yeah, to your point, we're not trying to change the weather. We're trying to just make sure that we're ready for it when it does happen and have more significant impacts.
All right. Any other feedback? Again, this is, kind of just the first step, and the next steps will be to share with the community, get some public feedback, and then bring it back to council in
February.
February.
Yes. Yeah. So there'll be a communications email that'll go out in January, early January, with a link to the plan. And then there'll be a form that people can fill out to provide public comment. And then we'll gather all of those comments together, do a summary of what the comments say, and then include that within the final version of the plan.
Great. Well, Lauren, I will say this was a really well done presentation.
Thank you.
And it really is a massive project, I understand. So thank you for trying to, condense it to its, most important elements. And I think you did a good job of that.
Thank you. And thank you for the time change as well. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
From a
Get home
childcare
to that little girl.
perspective. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, we are going to move back to 15, which is an informational work session with Premiums for the Planet regarding community insurance aggregator program.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I think on first blush, no one's excited to talk about this, because who wants to talk about insurance? But it actually ties in pretty well with Lauren's presentation. As many of you know, and many in our community know, obtaining insurance for either our homes or our businesses is becoming more and more difficult, for some actually not possible. On more than one occasion recently, I've had people reach out to me and say, I'm looking to buy this home in Mountain Village, but I can't seem to get insurance on it. And I think that that is going to be a problem that becomes more and more acute as time goes on in our community. But it's not just our community that is facing that issue. It is others similarly situated to us, because those communities like us face certain climate-related threats that make insuring us more and more difficult. And so there is an organization that is trying to find a way to address that problem beyond just insurance companies charging wildly exorbitant premiums. And so Nick Gardner from Premiums on for the Planet is here to chat with us today about the effort that they are undertaking. It is mostly intended for us to begin a discussion and to perhaps involve down the line our partners and see if there's a path forward within our own region, or if there are other similarly situated communities that would like to partner with us going forward.
Thanks, Paul. Yeah, Mr. Gardner.
Amazing. And can everyone hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Great. Well, Paul stole my line. I was going to make a joke about insurance being boring and my attempt to change that. So Paul, you stole my thunder a bit, but I appreciate everyone having me on. My name is Nick Gardner. I'm currently in New Hampshire, but live in Washington. I'm the co-founder of Premiums for the Planet. My business partner, Brad, is out of Snowmass in Colorado. I had the chance to connect with Paul following the Mountain Towns 2030 event earlier this fall. And as he mentioned, we just had a great conversation about the work that we're doing kind of broadly in the Mountain Town ecosystem. He shared some of the challenges that Mountain Village and your broader community are facing around insurance. And so just to echo Paul, this is really just to give you all an overview of what we're doing and sort of the how and the why behind what we're attempting to accomplish. And moving forward, would love to be a sounding board for any of you all, a thought partner, however that feels right. You know, we're here to help and support. And so I do believe, Paul, I can share my screen. Is that correct?
I'm not the person to ask, but yeah.
Cool. Well, let's see here. I'm getting a warning sign, but I can't imagine that's a good a good thing. Let me try here again.
Nick, we're just working on it here on our end. Give us a moment.
No worries. I think I might have to quit and reopen, so forgive me if that is going to take a second.
So Nick, I just made you a co-host, so you should not have any problems.
Nick, do you see that?
I think he dropped off for a second.
All right.
So how many homes do you think have been declined?
I think just a handful at this point, but I anticipate that will get worse.
So I'll give you an example. I was declined when I moved from DC to here. My insurance company said they wouldn't cover me, so I had to. So I guess you could say I was declined, but then I found someone else. Have we heard of anybody yet going without insurance?
Yeah, the one guy who moved here from Pasadena.
He couldn't find insurance.
He had a cedar shake roof, so he took the risk for like 3 months.
Okay, I think we are seeing this, Nick.
Amazing. And do you have my full screen up? Like, can everyone see it all right?
We don't have the full screen. We just
Okay,
are seeing the
let me see
slide
here.
deck.
Cool. Let me see if that works for you.
There we go. That's better, I think, right?
Cool. Thanks for bearing with. I don't typically use Zoom, so appreciate you all bearing with me. So yeah, just as a quick
Is there a
overview.
way to maximize that? Because it's still.
Is it the same as what's in the package, or is it changed?
There we go.
Okay.
There we go. We're there.
All right, we did it.
Yep.
Technology, let's go. Well, yeah, thank you again. And I've had the privilege of building Premiums for the Planet over the last 5 years. We really exist to drive impact for the communities that we operate in. It's important context to know before I get into it. We, by legal definition, are a licensed insurance commercial broker, but we also work with a network of brokers globally to really attempt to solve the problems that we're looking to take on. And so I'm going to walk you all through today is really the problem statement of what we're working on and why that really matters for communities in the Mountain West. Ultimately, the solution that we're trying to bring to the table, and then just give you a sense of like, as you know, your own conversations progress around insurance, you understand like how we might be able to support or just engage with us more broadly. You know, Paul, or the broader room, is there anything else that would be helpful for me to cover? Does that sound good just by, you know, a couple of thumbs up?
I think that works.
Awesome. So over the last 4 years, we've been engaging pretty deeply with a number of different mountain town communities across the Mountain West. And insurance is one of these things that is a hyper object. It's kind of like climate change. I like that the comment in the earlier presentation where it's like, hey, like this is all really helpful, but at the end of the day, it feels very opaque, or there's a lack of tangibility to it. And the reality of insurance is it drives everything that we can do in a modern economy, from being able to drive a car to get a mortgage for your home, to raise capital for your business. But in the context of the resilience plan that we just, you know, saw, it's also the ability to put solar on a rooftop, or, you know, on the same side of that conversation, you know, go drill, you know, a pipeline somewhere else. And so that single decision to insure or not insure something really affects anything we're trying to do from a resilience, adaptation, or mitigation perspective. And I think what's amazing and what we've learned is there's a ton of amazing folks on the ground like Lauren who are doing all the right work and have the solutions ready to go. But unfortunately, the insurance infrastructure has not evolved at the pace that is needed to really make those a reality or possible. And I think I just kind of heard as I was hopping back on that a few folks have kind of felt this personally in Colorado, and I'm not surprised. The reality in Colorado is, you know, premiums have seen double-digit increases in the last year alone. Ski area insurance is up almost 200% in the last decade, and the amount of non-renewals coming in every year is significant. And this is not isolated to Colorado. We work in Utah, we work in New Mexico and California, and other pockets of the Western United States. And this is a shared challenge. And when you think about that shared challenge, excuse me here, just gotta move forward. It really affects everyone in the community. At the kind of most macro or large level, you know, it affects the businesses and those that need insurance as a license to operate in the community. And when you can't get insurance, a lot of things start to unravel. On the property side, you know, when you think about owning a home, when you lose insurance on that home, it really affects the value of that property and really makes you consider the long-term reality of you either staying with that property or in that community. When you think about it from the ability to raise money, a lot of the time, you know, the property value of homes is what allows us to do that from a tax-based perspective. And as we're seeing that get wiped out across different communities, it also lowers the ability to raise funding for all of these different things that we need to be more resilient, to have stronger adaptation, you know, technology or methods. And ultimately, you know, everyone here can feel it, whether you're feeling it directly with your home, your employees, or the customers of your business. It unfortunately is really affecting us all. But the good news is we kind of feel that there's a way that, you know, from a collective standpoint, we can take an approach to shape that in a different direction. But before doing so, it's important to understand that there really are 4 key barriers to resilience from the discovery conversations that we've had with different leaders, you know, across different communities. The first is that there's a coordination challenge with insurance. Everyone buys insurance individually. It's fractured, it's decentralized. And so when you think about that across HOAs, small businesses, the municipality, everyone is facing the same problem, but trying to solve it in isolation. And in order to really move forward and make progress, we have to come together in that approach. The second is funding. I think there's a lot of good solutions out there, but it's how do we get new dollars to fund the solutions that we need. And so while there's a lot of alignment on what needs to happen, the capital is often missing. Partnership is a big piece of it. I think you have a lot of organizations like Premiums to the Planet who are outsiders who want to come in and solve people's problems, but really understanding the nuance of the community, really recognizing the work that's already going on. Again, the plan that was just laid out, you know, for the last 30 minutes was incredible. And so really thinking through what is the right partnership to bring outside organizations in to solve local challenges that are quite nuanced. And then lastly, it's how do we create new leverage? The commercial insurance market alone is a $7 trillion market. And so when you think about a small business owner trying to advocate for themselves in that market, to the comment earlier about it being this irony of it's like a global challenge or the worst version of collective action. The same thing exists within insurance where, the littlest person is going to suffer the most, but does not have the leverage to ultimately solve their problem. And so we feel that, the fragmented buyer is a challenge, but under a united community approach, there's an opportunity to really drive differentiated solutions. And to kind of paint the picture of what's happening, I think that the part that I resonate the most with, being someone who buys insurance myself, is, of that $7 trillion a year, the community sees none of it come back in, meaning, businesses generate money, they pay for the premium, and those $7 trillion come out of the community, but none of it is invested back into the community to actually support the mitigation and resilience efforts that need to be done to overall lower that risk that attracts carriers back into the market. And instead, often what's happening is those dollars are getting invested elsewhere. Carriers typically are making pretty significant returns on those dollars, and they're invested across a number of different places in the economy, but almost never come back directly to the community that's paying them out. And so ultimately what we exist to do is to help organize the collective leverage of the community as an insurance buyer, and also to help re-incentivize those dollars to come back into the community versus flowing out, which I'll touch on in a moment here. And so this is sort of like the idea around what we're trying to do, where by being in the broker role, where for those of you that aren't familiar with insurance, in the value chain, there's the policyholder. So maybe you as a homeowner who buys insurance, or your business who buys insurance. There's the broker in the middle who typically facilitates that transaction, and then the carriers who are, providing the coverage and paying out the claims. And so by being in the middle in the broker role, and by using a distributed broker network, we're able to aggregate premiums through the same platform. And what that does is two things. One, it collectivizes the total premium spend of a community and allows a carrier to ultimately size up that market more confidently. But also with our team, we help standardize the data on the back end so carriers can look at that more holistically and understand what has or hasn't been done from an adaptation or resilience perspective. And by organizing and by building that collective leverage, we go from individual insurance buyers to ultimately an organized purchasing body, much like group procurement. And as we go forward, what we're also trying to do is earmark a significant percentage of those funds that typically go out to flow directly back into the community and held in a community foundation. The margins, again, within the carrier and broker landscape are significant. And we feel there's a tremendous opportunity to capture a percentage of that margin back, so that as a community pays for insurance, with those same dollars, they're also funding resilience. And because insurance is bought every year, it becomes a funding vehicle for the community that doesn't have to be raised every single year. It just happens when that insurance is transacted. And what we're looking at building with communities is pretty simple to start. Ultimately, through organizing, it helps us map needs and really understand where are the gaps in your market and who is getting affected the most right now, and where are the most resources needed to support those people or those businesses. Second is really solving that funding gap. And so helping people use existing insurance spend where we don't have to go get new dollars for the community to help fund retrofits, defensible space, quick cash payouts after, hopefully after a disaster. The pooled premium aspect is all around how do we drive down cost and create stability in that market through leverage. And ultimately, I think too, in the moment we're in, get a community to work together around a shared problem. And if you had asked me a couple of years ago if insurance was going to be the thing to bring a lot of communities back together, I would have certainly laughed. But in the work that we've been doing, it's been interesting that through a shared challenge and a shared pain, folks who typically are not seeing eye to eye in this moment are able to come together on that problem, which is super exciting and motivating for us. We're already collaborating with a lot of leaders on this. We're actively working with communities like Park City, Taos, New Mexico. We also work with brands from an influence and advocacy perspective. So leaders in the snow community like Burton, amazing nonprofits like Mountain Towns 2030 are helping spread the word of our work. And then also you might be saying like, man, there seems like a lot of technical work on the back end. There's a lot of folks that are much smarter than me that help with that through partners like Insurance for Good, who really help understand on the back end technical analysis of how you map that data to real solutions. And so typically when we meet with folks, it's pretty straightforward. We like to bring in different leaders. So whether there's a chamber leader or a town council leader, really the voice of that community helps us shape, what does the community care about right now? What is the reality of the economic context? All those sorts of things. If there is a locally hosted foundation, it's an amazing way for us to try to, again, earmark a percentage of those dollars back into a local trusted governance structure, where again, those dollars that typically are leaving can be invested in things that help the community lower risk now. And then also we love having a CFO in the room. It's really helpful to help understand from a buyer's perspective, what are the real challenges they're facing with insurance? What does their risk team say? And really challenge us on a lot of the assumptions we might be making. I think it's obvious that every town is very different. And so typically when we put together these calls, we can get to the bottom of, what is the nuance a lot quicker than us trying to come in and assume and figure it out ourselves. And so really appreciate you all letting me kind of talk about what we're doing. It's obviously a big challenge, and it takes a village to use the adage there, but we're super excited about the early momentum that we're seeing both in communities we're working in, but also as we've engaged the insurance market. We feel very optimistic that some good solutions are on the horizon. So thank you all. And Paul, really appreciate you again for the first conversation we had and giving me the opportunity to share. But my line and email is always open. Happy to be a sounding board for anyone even outside of this project, and really grateful for the work you all are doing. It was really amazing to sit in and listen to the previous presentation.
Thanks, Nick. We appreciate it. As I said before, there's nothing for council to do tonight. And as Nick noted, this is, much like the last discussion, a bit of a collective action problem that we face, that it's probably not likely that any one individual can go solve this problem by negotiating with their insurance company. And so we do need to begin working within our own community, but then identifying other communities. And that's easier for us to do, given that we have partners down the hill, partners at TMVOA, partners at the ski resort. And then we can become our own larger entity that can partner with places like Park City and other communities that Nick identifies. And this is just really an opportunity for you guys to ask Nick a few questions. He said you guys could challenge assumptions. I know you don't really like doing that ever. So if you guys want to take some time, since we have some, Nick's available.
I'll just
Assumption challenger number one.
Yeah, that was a challenge. Or questioner. So I'm really just trying to understand the economics here. I mean, does the collective aspect of this apply what I'll call at the retail level, like the individual homeowner level? What I'm trying to understand is, if we have X number of homes, there are probably a half a dozen different carriers. So if I'm a homeowner and we all come together, we have this collective vision here and so forth, does it mean that instead I no longer work with my current insurance broker, I go through this collective program, and then my insurance is with a different carrier that's been, negotiated with through this collective vision? Or just how does it work on a personal level?
Yeah, great question. So the first thing that I would say is that, one, we typically try to go through the business community or like an HOA first, where there's like a collection of like individual homeowners, if that makes sense. And I think the reason for that is it, again, comes back down to leverage and coordination. And so we typically try to figure out where are the best entry points to do that, but in relation to your question about, individual brokers and how does that get managed? We can either service folks directly as a licensed broker ourselves, or as we mentioned, we do have a pretty large network of brokers ranging from, local brokers in other mountain towns to regional brokers to national brokers. What you'll find is that the resort in town does obviously not use the same, broker as the small business. And so we've tried to make it flexible for folks to engage either in the context of them wanting to keep their current broker, and then we just work to partner with that broker, or if they're not satisfied and want to, lean on the expertise of someone in our network or our team, they're able to do that. And so we just try to lower friction as best as possible. And then on the economic side of it, I can answer some more questions there, but just wanted to pause and first ask if that helped clarify.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
So if you have 100, let's say we get 100 homeowners and each of them is paying on average $5,000 a year for homeowners insurance. And as Harvey said, 6 different carriers. Each home is a little different. They have different types of roofs. They have different square footage. They have different age of fire suppression systems. Are you able to pool all those different purchasers into one pool and then go to an insurance company and say, we want you to insure this whole diverse group of homes?
Yeah, it's a great question. So the first kind of number that's important to know is typically from the insurance market, what we've been told and what we found in our experience is, you need to aggregate about $10 million in premiums under management, which sounds like a large number, but it actually isn't. Insurance costs can add up pretty quickly. And so at that number is when you can really start to drive a lot of these conversations. And so why I call that out is we typically try to look for the entry points in communities where that number can be aggregated easier, whether that's, again, through like the Chamber of Commerce and focusing on small businesses in the community, maybe looking at like an anchor organization, like a large resort, or if there's an HOA or a neighborhood that feels more inclined to action than others, then certainly. And then from there, I think you called out, a great point where, it sounds like there's a lot of complexity around different lines of coverage, different carriers, folks taking different actions or not. What we typically try to do is start with the easiest line of coverage for that, or like that organized buyers group. So for instance, like if you were looking at, a group of, small businesses, you might be looking at, property and casualty. It's a bit easier for the market to look at in some cases, where that might be different for a homeowner. And so that comes down to kind of the data collection and gathering from us, and then communicating back to the carrier over what's the best place to start. We typically don't try to go like soup to nuts, to use the adage, right out of the gates. We just try to find what's the best entry point to get engagement and then work from there, if that's helpful as an answer, but happy to clarify further.
And then maybe follow on, in this aggregate theory, you analogize it to group insurance. So if you are able to aggregate a bunch of businesses or a whole community, and then you start talking about aggregating multiple communities, my brief understanding of insurance is it's all about their loss experience. So if we're joining in on this bigger pool, are we also living and dying with the loss experience of the whole pool? Or is it just that we're aggregating to get the attention of the insurance company on one big sale, and we're not really in bed with, or we're not really at the whims of the loss experience of this whole aggregate pool?
Yeah, great question. So we would be approaching it community by community, and even within a community, you can imagine there'd be specific, products or programs for different needs. And so it wouldn't be like us trying to aggregate across, Park City, Taos, and Mountain Village. Like that would all be in play for carriers to understand, like sort of the network that we're building, but you wouldn't be pooling risk with a community across states. Like that would certainly not be, how we'd approach it. And again, even within a town context, you might run it. We will attempt to run a different program for businesses compared to how you'd run it for homeowners, because ultimately what they're looking for is like similar risk. And also they don't want to be too concentrated in one area. And so on our end, we also would help with the management of different carrier relationships. You typically wouldn't have, one carrier come in and try to solve it all. You'd bring in, 2 to 3 to help solve it, so they don't all feel like they're over their skis on the risk front. Does that answer your question on that?
Yeah.
Got it. And then I think just the last point I would make is it kind of sounds like aspirational in theory, right? But there's really good examples of this like out in the world. And 2 of them that I always like to use are Costco and AARP, where on the Costco side, you essentially had grocery buyers who were frustrated with rising grocery costs and came together in a wholesale model. And then AARP was the same, where it's an affinity group for, you know, buying different types of insurance and products at the same time. And so the insurance market responds well to aggregation. I think the key part there is just understanding how you can match incentives where you're bringing the right groups to the table first to allow them to take that first step, but they certainly are responsive to group models. And, you know, we've been engaged pretty deeply with groups across the board. And so are hopeful that, you know, as we go forward, we continue to be met with a lot of reception from the current market.
I mean, I see the similarity to the way that we have our health insurance, where we're grouped with the school and the med center, but our individual entities have our own plans and our own programs, but we work together to have more bodies, you know, in the room. I think my question would be, how fresh and new is this in the home insurance market? You know, are there a lot of competitors to what you're doing? Is this very innovative? You know, what are we looking at?
Yeah, great question. So I would say like us trying to solve this problem is obviously innovative in that like no one is really trying to do it, but what we're trying to do in itself is not innovative in the insurance industry, because essentially the end state of what we're trying to accomplish is leveraging what you consider like a wholesale approach where you are doing something collectively. And then also from a product standpoint, there's innovation in like wildfire products and those sorts of things. But when you think about aggregation leading to economic outcomes for a group of buyers, it's typically done in, you know, structures like captive, which is a self-insure model, again through that wholesale model, or, you know, C, D, and E. And so what we often have to do is really translate what the community has done from a resilience perspective back to the market in an organized way. And that in itself is quite innovative. Right now, what you have is, you know, a lot of carriers retreating from communities because to them, it's a hornet's nest of a problem. Everyone, again, is buying individually. They don't have standardized data. And so in a dark red risk zone, it becomes really hard for them to think about how they'd make that economically viable. When in reality, a lot of communities have already done the right work. It's just about packaging it up and telling that story right to the market. But, you know, from our perspective, the carriers, if they can do business in a market, they will. They typically lead and follow where the money is. And so it really comes down to an aggregation and organizing and a storytelling motion, which again is not innovative in insurance. It's just more innovative to this space.
One last quick question. The program you outlined took some amount of broker income or broker commission and funneled it back to some local charity who then might do something with it. Why not just shave that off and reduce the premiums?
Yes, there's two different ways you could think about approaching it. One would be like save money on premiums, which like we would try to do table stakes, but I think most businesses would say, hey, we want that money back in our pocket because we saved the money, right? And I think I would agree with them, being a small business owner myself. What we're saying is like, instead of premiums to the planet and our brokerage partners being, you know, sitting fat and happy on a really high margin, or a carrier doing the same, we're saying we're just going to lead the industry in a new direction and try to earmark a percentage of our own earnings back into that fund. Or if a product was created for the community, which typically pays a dividend that goes back to the facilitator, so us in that case, earmarking a percentage of that as well. And so for us, we'd say like the value prop to an organization joining is like, we're already going to try to either stabilize your coverage or save money. You keep those dollars in your pocket. And then through our own success, we're really motivated to see this benefit communities. I mean, that's why we're in it. And so instead of us taking the super high margin, we want to see a percentage of that go back into funding the work that needs to get done.
It seems like a roundabout way you could just give it back to the people paying the premium.
So if you, let's just use your $10 million number. If you aggregate a group of homeowners or a group of businesses who in total currently spend $10 million on premiums, what do you guys aspire to do? Do you aspire to say, well, the premiums will drop to 9 million, we'll get $500,000 brokerage commission and $500,000 will go back into the community? I mean, can you just share what those sorts of round numbers are that you aspire to achieve?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I think that, like, first and foremost, our goal is around stabilizing cost. It's hard to come into an environment where, cost has increased by almost 200% since, the last 5 years and say, hey, we're going to lower cost overnight. But our first goal would be to stabilize and drive down cost from there. And so, to be quite transparent, we wouldn't have like a target saving number because we just haven't organized the market and looked at the data and talked to the carriers around it from a percentage that we would be trying to drive back to the community. And so I don't know the gentleman's name in front of the flag, but what we're not trying to give a roundabout answer to where like giving the money back to the client. Just to give you a sense of like insurance economics, when you buy insurance, there's a cost that's your total premium. The broker who facilitates it typically earns 15% on that premium. So if it's a $100 premium, they're earning $15 for just facilitating that transaction. What we have done is we've negotiated a split with all of the broker partners that we have that allows us to pull from that commission that they're earning to redirect it to places that we feel need those dollars. And so think about this less as like us not giving that money back to the client, but we're trying to take what is an existing cost structure in the insurance industry that just pays brokers and carriers, and the client doesn't see those dollars, and redirect it back. And so our model is not to say, hey, like, we're going to save you money and then you're not going to see it. It's going to say, hey, we're going to try our best to save you money, but then also resource the funding that you need from the money that the industry is kind of making on transacting insurance on your community.
I'm just trying to understand if there's not a promise of lowering rates and there's sort of a promise that will stabilize the rates, but you can't really make that a binding promise, how you're going to get people to go into this when they already have a relationship with their insurance company. And, it's a lot of transaction cost and change. And do you really think you're going to be able to convince a lot of people to switch when there's actually not any savings on offer, but just a general promise that premiums likely won't go up as fast?
Yeah, great clarifying question. So what I would say is, like, across every organization that's currently involved with Premiums to the Planet, we have either kept costs the exact same or saved them money. And so again, we feel very confident that from a stabilization perspective, we are doing a great job. And then where we can, we drive down costs, but would also just say, like, it's not always guaranteed that you can save folks money depending on, what they've done, the type of business they're in, all those sorts of things. But our typical value prop, to answer your question directly, is we keep the cost exact same as like table stakes and then drive down cost where we can.
And what would be the best place to look as a proof of concept for this?
I don't know the best way, Paul, to follow up with resources, but I'm definitely happy to share follow-up resources that are from us. We've got a number of kind of public things out on the web as well. And so I'd say the easiest thing for me to do is to send like a follow-up email with a few different resources. That would be a good place to start. And then if you had, more that you wanted to dig into deeper or, further questions, always happy to help and support, where we can.
But are there communities or groups where there's, north of $10 million of premiums that you guys have successfully aggregated and paired with insurance?
No, so we are currently like in pilot work with organizations at the kind of community level. And we're also working through distributed networks of business coalitions as well. So these names might not be familiar, but we work with groups like B Lab, which is the parent corporation for B Corp, 1% for the Planet, and others, where you have 6,000 business members plus in those communities. And so this is all in pilot phase within the Mountain Town context. And so where we're currently beginning that in 2026 is right now within Park City.
Got it. Thank you.
Any other questions? Nick, that was really, really helpful context for what you all are doing. And thank you so much for joining us this evening and also for sending along those other resources. I want to say thanks to Paul for bringing this forward because this has been a topic of conversation among not just our government, but governments across our region. And every time we get a senator or representative in town, this conversation comes up. And so I appreciate that, we're trying to think outside the box and how to be proactive about helping our community members, stay stable in this changing insurance environment. So I do commend you, Nick, as well for thinking outside the box and trying to come up with solutions for that. So thank you so much for your time. And we look forward to hearing more from you.
Awesome. Yeah. And thank you again for the opportunity and for all the great questions. And again, for the work that you all are leading locally. It's pretty inspiring and amazing. So have a great night and a great holiday if I don't see you all again.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nick.
Thank you, Nick. All right. We have some time now to break for dinner. And I've got to say, they really went above and beyond. So share our thanks because that looks incredible. So why don't we take a 20-minute break and get dinner?
Recording stopped.
Proud of us being so on time.
Recording in progress.
Okay, welcome to those of you here in the room as well as on Zoom. Please, if you're coming in, make sure that you've signed in at the sign-in sheet at the door. The next agenda item is an informational update from the Telluride Ski Patrol Union regarding contract negotiations with Telski. Due to my employment with the Telluride Ski Patrol, I will hand off the invisible gavel to my Mayor Pro Tem, Scott Pearson.
Thanks, Marty. Welcome. Thank you for coming. A lot of people in this room and a lot of people tuned in on Zoom are really interested in hearing an update from you guys. And so I think the way we're going to go is we'd like to start with just hearing from you and a presentation if you have it, or just an update, and then open it up to questions from the council. And then after that, we can entertain public comment, both
Thank you.
online and in person.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Pearson. As I think many of the people in this room and on Zoom are aware, there has been ongoing discussions between the union and the ski company with respect to the union's contract. That discussion is now at a bit of an impasse, and there are talks about what comes next, not only for the ski company and the union, but the community as a whole. The ski company has had the opportunity to voice their perspective on this matter at the county-held IGA meeting on Monday, the merchant meeting held in Telluride on Tuesday, and the Telluride Association of Realtors meeting on Wednesday. So we thought it appropriate that a forum be provided for the union to provide their perspective for council and for the community. So with that, I'll turn it over to you guys.
Great, thank you so much. Hello, and thanks to Town Council for having us tonight. I'm Catherine Devlin. Everyone calls me Kat. The Vice President of the Ski Patrol Union, Local 7781 under the CWA. This is my dear friend and coworker, Jackie Kearney, Secretary of our local unit. And we're happy to be here. We know this is a contentious topic for the town of Telluride and Mountain Village and the surrounding areas, and we're happy to just be transparent and let you know what's going on from our side. I will share, we have a little slideshow for you, and there it is. Okay. So it's about 13 slides, only 11 of them have good info on them. You know, most of them are pictures. So if you do have questions, we'd appreciate maybe just writing them down and waiting until the end, and we can go back to these slides that have the information you might want to talk about. Can you make it big? No. That work?
Sorry. Working with the technology over here to make
Yeah,
it
sorry,
full
I'm
screen.
new to this computer, so.
You guys are like boomers.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
What do you mean by that?
Not talking about you.
The last time I gave a slideshow presentation was in college, so it's a while ago. Okay, that's fine.
This
We
will
can-
be
this'll do.
sufficient.
Yeah,
That's
this'll
fine.
work. Thank you. All right, so we're here tonight to share with you our bargaining update. And yeah, I'm going to let Jackie take the floor here.
Hey, hello, everyone. So like Paul said, we've been in negotiations since June. I believe we've had 14 sessions. And they're all 2-day sessions with the exception of one half-day virtual session in the week of Thanksgiving. So the sessions are usually about 8 to 9 hours a day. We have our executive board that's been elected by our union, plus their CWA rep, the 7781's affiliated with the CWA. in the room with a hired negotiator from Telluride Ski and Golf, the patrol director, and it's been a mix of HR and then recently Steve Swenson, who you heard from earlier this week. We were really hoping to backtrack, the goal of starting so early is that we would have an agreement by this time of year, and we wouldn't be having these discussions right now, and that we would be having a ratified contract. However, that's not the case, and we're still trying to reach an agreement with the company.
Yeah. Also, under previous contracts, the norm was, the contracts are 3 years, and the norm was at the end of year 2 to start negotiating so that you never run out of the contract. And this is now the second time that we are working without a contract with the company.
Yeah, there's a change in our kind of the practice with the company is in our last session, so our contract is for a 3-year term. Our last contract, so that we ratified 3 years ago, the negotiations on that contract were a bit different than they've been historically. That 2-year meeting was scratched, and we ended up only having a summer to negotiate, and then we followed that same process this summer. That was not the union's request, that was the company's request to change to that format. So we're stuck on financials. We've spent a lot of hours this summer going over the language of our contract, and those weren't no changes. A lot of those involved changes to what defines a part-time employee with the Telluride Ski Patrol, introducing a new classification of time worked, and introducing new limits on time off requests that historically haven't been in our contract. And then we presented our financial offer, or financial proposal in early August.
Yeah, August 9th, I think.
August 9th. And there's kind of 3 major components to that. Right now, it's our wages, which are composed of a base wage and a special skills component that we've had in our contract since near the beginning of our union contract, that rewards people for teams such as handling a dog, being on the snow safety team, shooting the howitzer,
paramedic.
Yeah, EMT, varying levels of EMT, and then a base wage that those are all added on top of. And then the third component, what we proposed this year, was a one-time market adjustment to address wage compression in our membership. We also proposed a health insurance stipend, which is becoming increasingly more common in unionized patrol contracts. That's a $50 a week healthcare stipend to offset private insurance costs. And then in March, our supervisors, in quotes, 'cause according to the NLRB, they're not supervisors.
Under Colorado state law.
Yeah, and national labor law. They don't meet the qualifications for being a supervisor. They filed what's called an Armored Globe petition to join the unionized membership. Historically, they've not been part of our bargaining unit. That election was certified the Monday of Thanksgiving week. And so part of this negotiation is also talking about their base pay, and now that we're able to bargain for their wages as well, and how they're going to be integrated into our new contract. So those are kind of the 3 financial pieces that are going into the numbers we're about to share with you here. This past weekend, as you all have probably heard, the Ski Patrol brought the ski area's last best and final offer to a vote with the membership. That last best and final term is a legal term. It's not literal, but it's used in collective bargaining when one side or the other says, I don't want to, or I'm unable to. To be clear, Telluride Ski Resort did not say they're unable to pay us. That's a very specific union and company term that triggers all sorts of other things. I don't want to say that that's what they said. They said, this is how much money we have to offer you, and that you can talk about how you want to split it up, but we can't offer you any more. And the union expressed that this is not the financial offer that we need, but we'll bring it to our membership and give you some feedback. We took a vote on Monday, and it was voted down 99% by our membership. And the reasons were cited are as follows. The union feels that the proposal does not adequately address wage increases for our new supervisors. Joining the unit, as this being their first contract, they would not be seeing as significant of a wage increase as the rest of the membership, or no wage increase at all in the first year of the contract. And the membership felt like this was unfair, and they feel like these people have done a lot for them and they bring a lot of value to our membership, and they don't approve of the wages that were proposed for this group. They do not feel like it adequately addresses years of wage suppression and compression, and that's kind of tied with the rapid increase in cost of living here. They feel like the wages have not kept up or tried to keep up. We all know it's a really expensive place to live, and we all choose to live here. People who are entering this job aren't expecting to necessarily be able to buy $1 million home from this job, but they want to feel like they can keep doing it, and not feel like they're choosing a pay cut over other jobs in town. Which brings us to the second point, which is that they feel like wages that are offered are not either competitive in the town of Telluride or within the industry, which we'll get to a little bit later in this presentation. They don't believe the job is sustainable long-term anymore. They attribute the high turnover rates we've seen in the last few years to non-competitive wages being offered. And as highly trained professionals, they and we feel as we should be compensated accordingly.
Yeah, I'd just like to add as well that keeping ski patrollers here long-term is essential for the safety of this mountain. Our avalanche terrain is extremely complex. Our snowpack is extremely complex. We need these people who've been here for at least 15 years, and want to and continue to do this job in order to keep ourselves safe and to keep everyone here safe. So this is really just about safety. We're seeing a lot of turnover in the first couple years, and that's not sustainable.
And around 10 years as well, which is hard to see.
That's a big loss for us. Losing someone with 10 years of experience is a huge loss. Takes maybe 5 years to really feel confident in your ski patrol skills and to know every avalanche route. So this is something that it's a slow process. It takes time. And we are learning from the best. And we need to be paid accordingly to keep these people around just to ensure our safety.
Yeah, and I think part of this ask is that the unit feels like this is a comparable ask given what some of the other businesses and institutions in town. This is just an example of a study done by the Telluride Fire Protection District that increased in a very large pay increase for them. We're not suggesting we should be paid exactly the same as them, but we're using this as context for what other first responders in this town are being paid currently. So just a little bit of background behind the qualifications that are required to do this job. These are our levels of pay. These are those base wages I was referencing earlier. We have 4 different levels, and then we just added this 5th level or 5th position, which would be a supervisor, now called a team lead. But to be a trainee, you need to at least have an OEC certification. We require everyone take an avalanche rescue course their first season, expert skiing ability, and toboggan handling skills to be able to be a trainee. Usually that's for at least 1 year of employment while you're learning the very basics of the job. Then you move up to a basic position, which is typically the next 4 years of, at least 4 years of your patrol career. So to be a basic, you have an Avalanche Pro 1 course, either that you provide for yourself or are given time off to go. We try and help people financially with those courses, but that doesn't always happen. And the OEC certification and at least 1 year of experience to get there. And then most of our patrol right now is, I think 27 people out of our unit are in this advanced category. And that is a minimum 5 years of experience. You're a blaster to be that, which means you've spent, I think the requirement from the state of Colorado is a full year, but what they see that as in a seasonal job here is at least 3 seasons of experience, being a second en route, handling explosives. Then you can test to become a blaster yourself. And then
and as a blaster, you're leading an avalanche control route. So
yeah,
you're in charge of checking the bombs out of the shack. You're in charge of your partner, and you're in charge of taking the direction from the snow safety director and executing that, and radio comms along with that, and giving, the results you see if you make an avalanche or you don't.
Yeah. And then we have this specialized position, or a specialist. This is important context for this position is that there are limited positions available of this. Something we've heard as the leadership of the union is that people feel like they meet this qualification in advance, but there are only so many positions of this available as within the management rights of the company to open up positions. But there are many people within advanced who have qualifications to be in specialist, but there's not a position available for them. This is each one of these levels is a new base pay. So they aren't able to get this pay increase once they're at the top of advanced into specialized. But this is typically somebody who's been around for at least 10 years. On our patrol, usually it's a little bit more than that. They have a Pro 2, which is the highest professional avalanche education certification. They usually are an EMT. We have a lot of paramedics in this position. The leads of our high angle rescue crews are qualified for this position. You're on multiple special teams. You're somebody who's looked at as a leader in the group. If there were to be a large incident on the mountain or a post-control release, avalanche release, or some sort of incident like that, this is the person we'd look to command that scene and that incident.
Numbers.
Okay. And this is, we tried to simplify this as much as possible to put these numbers side by side. Important clarification here too is with the way bargaining works is that this union request is not, to be very clear, we are not saying we demand this amount, otherwise we're going on strike. This is where we got to in the collective bargaining process. This is our last proposal that was on the table when the company said this is as much as we can offer you. So some of these things we didn't get to discussing, and we have some room to move on this if we were to go back to the table to talk about these things. But this is just side by side. We pulled a median wage. The median and the mean for these data sets are relatively similar. If you'd like the mean wage, I can provide that to you as well. And then the wage range of what's being offered. You can see there that under the TSG offer, that highest wage is 46, but only 4 people would be making more than 40. You can probably pull that from knowing the median's 30, but about half of the patrol is making less than 30 an hour, versus our request, which you can see goes up to 53, and that's kind of what I was talking about with us still having room to move. A lot of that is those really high numbers on the end of our wage scale are due to this percentage-based seniority wage adjustment that we introduced in this contract, which, you know, we expressed at the table that we have room to bargain on that those numbers are coming from people like Sacco, if you know him, or Jan, who have worked for this company for 50 years. They also work part-time hours, and no offense to them, but I think Sacco is going to retire at some point.
The number of people over 50 is an outlier. It's
Yeah.
about 3 people.
It's 3 people.
You got to work about 50 years to achieve that.
Yeah, everybody, I think, except for 4 people, is in our proposal would be making less than 47 an hour. So we, talked about some other comps for first responders in this area. We also just wanted to talk about this MIT tool for this living wage calculator that was shared with us by the municipal governments here. According to MIT, for someone working 2,080 hours, which would be a full-time year-round position, that number is 2607. If that salary is adjusted to the town of Telluride and Mountain Village's definitions of full-time employment, which they use to qualify for all of their housing, based off of the availability of seasonal work in our economies. I know everyone's familiar with that. The living wage is closer to $37.66 to reach that same threshold. So we are not proposing that everyone on our patrol makes $37.66. It's just a useful comparison when we talk about how hard it really is to live in this county, in this area. And the reality of doing this job is you need to live within driving distance, and a reasonable driving distance if the weather's really bad, because you have to be at work sometimes at 4 a.m. And so we need people to commit to working a seasonal job, and we need them to be in driving distance, which kind of commits them to this category.
Yeah, and that livable wage, that number we're getting to, 37.66. So again, that's just basically working for a seasonal job. There's less hours available, right? So the hourly wage has to be higher in order to have a livable wage. And that's kind of where that number is coming from. So if you work a full-time year-round job, MIT has calculated that number is around 26 an hour. And, our own Telluride Town Council has determined that number to be 37.66 if you're working seasonally.
So, a term that you've heard being thrown out a lot recently is industry leading. We spent a lot of time going back and forth on this in these sessions, trying to explain how all of these union contracts are written a little bit differently. So they all have some sort of base wage component, some sort of, either merit or cost of living adjustment in there is pretty standard, but the way there's so much nuance in how these contracts are pulled from that it's really challenging if you're not intimately familiar with that contract to understand what the exact wage scale at one of these resorts might be. But this is a very small industry, and we speak frequently and extensively with patrollers at these mountains and have access to their actual wages and their contracts as well. But these are numbers that these people generously shared with us. And when I spoke with them, I asked them to kind of pull the median wage from these brackets here. You can see here that, the the last best and final offer that's on the table, why our membership may not consider it to be industry leading when they're seeing numbers like this from other resorts coming out, and multiple contracts being published from Breckenridge to Solitude to Eldora, where they're talking about how they have a pathway for patrollers to be making 30 an hour in their third year, and people who work on this patrol know that that's not it's not possible. So you can see here we have Crested Butte, Park City. There's a brand new contract on there that's from a comparable West Slope ski area.
That was ratified days ago.
Yeah, and unions that have good relationships with the places they work at generally try to be respectful about not being like, look what we got immediately after signing a contract. So that's why they're not named. But you could probably do some extrapolating and figure out what place that is. And then we have our current pay, which gives context to, this 27% raise that we're asking for, which also includes our healthcare stipend. The wage increase we're asking for is closer to 24% in year one. Our last offer or last proposal that was on the table, again, not we need this or we're going on strike, just where we got to. And then the last best and final offer. And I can, again, at the end, if anyone wants maybe like averages or a wage range, again, for anyone from comparable West Slope ski area across to the Telski final offer, I have those numbers as well. So we've been talking a lot about how our wage proposals, the wage portion of both proposals are only about $115,000 apart, which, from an operating budget perspective over 3 years, we don't see as being that much space to cross. Again, we're not asking for just like, here's exactly everything you were asking for. We're asking to be taken seriously at the table. But yesterday, it was made clear that this ask is the representatives from Telluride Ski and Golf made it clear that they believe that if they give us this pay increase, everybody else at the company will be asking for a pay increase as well. And we just want to say publicly that we are on board for that. We think it's really hard to live here, and a lot of the other departments at the ski area should be getting paid more than they're getting paid. And
Historically, that's also been the truth.
And historically, when we've received a large raise, the base pays for these other departments has increased, and we understand that's a large number. However, we feel strongly that that these have fallen behind, and that this is something that needs to happen.
Yeah, so this is basically Telski's argument that, the differences in our last proposal and their last best and final is about $115,000, not including our healthcare ask. And it's important to know that they are acknowledging that it's going to cost them more than that, because they feel they're going to have to pay other departments, and we believe they should.
And that concludes our presentation. Thank you all for your time. Sorry, I think that took a little bit longer than we said it was going to take, but we welcome any questions, and we'll do our very best to answer them. Yes.
Thank you. Just first of all, thank you. That was really helpful, and we really appreciate you coming. Want to go ahead?
Yeah. You started out talking about turnover.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know so if somebody leaves, do they go to another resort, or do they go into another position, another role? Do you know?
we've seen all different versions of that. We've seen
Yeah.
people leave and go to different resorts. I think we had 2 people leave and go to different resorts in the last 2 years. We had people go part-time and go take other jobs in the area. We have people going to EMS and fire, which is, I mean, EMS and fire is something that is always going to be really hard for this company to compete with. They have excellent full-time year-round benefits and a pension. Like, that's not what we're asking for. But that's kind of the 3 main places people go, I would say.
Yeah, and maybe back to school.
And back to school to go get a nursing certification or something like that. So then they can come back and have a higher paying job elsewhere and then continue to do this job full time. So they can basically pay for themselves to do this job.
Okay, and then, so Telsky put out a memo, I don't know, a day or 2 ago, I guess, so that they offered a 13% wage increase for 2025, 2026,
Mm-hmm.
and then a 5% for the next 2 years. And then, what's the number you guys are asking?
Percentage wise?
Yeah.
On wages or overall, including healthcare?
Just for wages. Well, yeah, I mean, that's the problem.
Yeah.
You don't have
the
apples
reason,
and apples, and it's hard to do it in.
Yeah, the reason
communication.
we pulled out the healthcare cost is, again, this is something we're willing to talk about. So we want to separate wages and benefits. I forgot to say up here too that comparable West Slope ski area provides year-round healthcare for all of their employees. But the first year percentage wage increase, I calculated to be 24.4%. And then we're asking for a standard COLA in years 2 and 3. So we can't tell you exactly what that CPIW number is going to be, but it's been around 3%. 2.5% to 3%. When I calculated that difference of $115,000, I used 3% to come up with the total cost.
Because I think it's important. There's been so much, I would say, fuzzy information
Mhm.
out there between what the paper reports and what these letters. So I think it's important that the community understand this is what we asked for, this is what they offered, and
Yeah, of course. And that's why we, want to keep talking about it.
And maybe not a question, maybe it's a comment. I think it's important on a slide like this, the one on the far left, Crested Butte, that's the contracts that it's about in this last year. And then the other one was just signed. So you also, on a comparative basis, it's like, well, where were things 3 years ago when that contract was signed? And, everything, has a timeline to it as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's part of the reason why I put those dates up there is, I think part of what our membership also struggles with is that they feel like they signed a contract 3 years ago that didn't set them up for success with hopes that it could be addressed in this contract. And things in this industry are changing so quickly. I anticipate that when Crested Butte goes back to the bargaining table in November, their wages are probably going to look different than that as well.
It may be important to add as well that Crested Butte received a mid-contract raise that was, it's noted as a terrain-based raise.
Yeah, they're a
around
Vail.
Christmas time last year, because they're a Vail-owned company.
Thank you for your time, really, in the presentation. I think it's very informative. And one of the slides I was waiting for was actually the comparative wage slide. So the Telsky final offer already has 13% incorporated into it.
Yes, that's wages year 1 of the contract effective. In their offer, it's effective upon ratification. In our request, it's effective November 1st.
Okay, but do you have a slide that shows then their 5% incremental increase year 2, year 3 that Pete was quoting earlier, and where that would bring you to? Because if you do a CPI 3%, your initial delta disparity is 10%. If they're offering 5 and 5, that's an extra 4. So at this point, you're only 6% apart, right? And from your opinion, that 6% is still not acceptable.
Yeah, I think our membership, a big part of our ask is that we're asking for a lot of this money up front in the contract, because there's a sentiment, and I would say more than a sentiment, if you look at the numbers, that we have fallen significantly behind in the industry, and people don't want to wait to see that ratified. You can also see that it's actually, maybe just scroll down just a tiny bit. Oh yeah, in that, kind of what we're seeing is like the industry leading contract, which is that center contract. They're being offered 6.5% in year 1 and 5.25 in year 2. But to answer your question, I think, yes, that is significant enough to us that that's a big deal. People want to see this change up front because there's so much uncertainty going forward. And
Yeah, and traditionally, we've always gotten 3%. And how it works when you are working without a contract, you go back to the most recent contract. So we kind of view this 3% as something that's just always been in the pot. And so, yeah, 2% is something in years 2 and 3. But as Jackie mentioned, it's more important to us to see that up front.
Got it. And some of the wages in the wage comparison for both other resorts and this one, is it taking into account other employee benefits, for example? And I don't know the answer to this, but how many ski patrollers actually live in Telski housing? Do we know?
Almost
one.
Oh,
Right
so not
now.
many. To your point of, it is hard for folks to live closer to the destination. It's important for ski patrollers to live close to the destination. Outside of the employee benefits, that's another benefit that I was just curious about. But you've answered the question. I mean, that
Yeah.
can't be factored.
Thanks for bringing that up because, historically that's been a really big issue, a really hard thing to fight for. We're not offered Big Billy's rooms the same way that other departments are. So it's frustrating.
And there's been a back and forth too, to be fair to the company too, of people, from their perspective, they think that people haven't used what's been offered, but I think it's a communication breakdown as well. But again, when we have people who've worked here for a few years in this area, they also, people that are, 30 years old don't want to share a dorm room with another
Right.
person.
Or we also could use that as a crash pad for those that are going to be shooting the howitzer at, you have to shoot that at first light. So it's usually goes like 4 a.m. So they clock into work at like 3 a.m. So yeah, it would be great if someone coming from Ophir didn't have to come from Ophir and they could just crash at Big Billy's. So, those rooms, they would totally be used.
Yeah. And I just to go back a little bit to your question, I think the union is open to some sort of like broken down percentage per year. It's very like non-standard in contracts to receive most of the money up front. It's kind of unique to this industry. But the wage increase in the first year still needs to be more significant than where it's at currently.
So, excuse me, I had a clarifying question. You said that for the delta of $115,000, you calculated in a 3% for years 2 and 3. So are you saying the $115,000 delta is the 3-year delta or the first year delta?
3-year.
And again, that's not including our healthcare ask, which is about $45,000 a year. But like we've said, we do have some wiggle room there, but that is becoming more and more recognized across the industry as something that's, standard.
But that's a 3-year, 3-year.
Wage
delta.
difference, yeah.
Wages only.
So last year, there was a very public fight with Park City Ski Patrol.
Mhm.
Do you know where that contract ended up? What the percentage was?
I believe it was somewhere around 20%.
Okay.
But I don't have that number in front of me.
I read yesterday that the union basically got what they were asking. And the CEO lost her job.
I mean, that's the other, I'm struggling with this a little bit where you're $115,000 apart. But if you look at what happened last year at Park City, there must have been millions of dollars lost as a result of people going to other resorts. So it just seems.
Correct.
Like the risk doesn't line up with how far apart you are.
Yeah. And I do just want to reiterate from our perspective, like we really, really want to stay away from this messaging that's been put out there that we are demanding this $115,000. Otherwise, that's it. We're not willing to talk about anything. Like, I think in reality for us, that delta is probably smaller than that. But we just need to talk about when and how the money is allocated.
Is there a mediator involved in this?
Yes, there's been a mediator for the last 4, 5 sessions. And I also just wanted to reiterate that it's just important for us to stop kicking the can down the road. That's kind of our main goal is we need to get this sorted out now for our membership. We need a contract.
And so if what you just said is that you're still willing then to have discussions, then has there been a counter?
So the way the bargaining works, when one party presents a last, best, and final, technically the ball is in the company's court. So they need to invite us back to the bargaining table. They just say,
So
hey.
you can't counter.
So
They
we
would have to invite you back.
Yeah, I mean, effectively, we'd be bargaining against ourselves if we presented a new counter. But yeah, really, we provide our feedback on why we.
The membership voted it down.
Yeah, why we declined the contract. And then it's kind of like, these are the reasons. Can you do anything about it?
But in order for them to invite you back, do they have to come up with a new package, or is it just an invitation to come back to the table for discussion?
Yeah, I think, yes, they don't have to come up with a new package, but they have to present more money.
Because to your point, in essence, they would also be negotiated with themselves if they would have to come up with a new package versus if it's just a plain invitation to come to the table, because they don't know what the middle ground would be. If it's an invitation to come to the table to have a two-way discussion, maybe, and I don't know what the laws would be between this negotiation, but to the point that you just made, if it's only an invitation to just have a discussion, then perhaps there could be middle ground found without having to come up with a new package, because then they're negotiating with themselves as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think if they were to call us and say, hey, do you guys want to talk? We made it very clear in our last session that the way things, from our perspective, have gone over the summer is that we've spent, at this point,
like 150 hours?
Yeah, 14 sessions, times.
I think it's more than 14. I think it's like
16.
16.
And this offer was made in the 6th hour of the second day of our last session. And we are all working full time now and we don't get paid to be in that room. And so in order to be there, yes, we are willing to have a conversation, but if we were to go into that room and the company said, hey, we've come up with $5,000 more, the response would be, what are we doing here? What this is.
Yeah, it was becoming unproductive. And their last best and final was the first time their offer jumped to a 5-figure number. They were just since August, they were just giving us little dribs and drabs. And yeah, we just felt like we're getting nowhere. And as we said, we're not that far apart.
So besides the rate amounts that we're discussing here, are the non-monetary, the benefit package, is that accepted, or does that still have room to negotiate?
The healthcare benefits, you mean?
Healthcare, and I think there was a
Equipment stipend.
Mhm.
The equipment stipend's almost there. We're agreed on years 1 and 2. We were asking for an increase in 3. Honestly, for
It's like $100.
yeah, for us, that is not something that we're interested in holding up a contract over, if anyone from Telsky is listening. But the healthcare stipend has been something that the company has been wholly unwilling to engage in conversation about. They have rejected it over and over again throughout the course of the summer. So, citing that it's not possible and
They welcome people to work full-time year-round, and their health benefit package for full-time year-round workers is great.
It
but
is
it's
really great.
very unobtainable, and most of our membership would be taking a huge pay cut to switch their summer work to work for Telski in order to get the health care. So
yes, most people work a lot of hours in the summer to afford to do this job.
I just want to interject real quick that I think there's been a lot of important information provided here tonight that's very useful for the public. And to Pete's point, there's a lot of information that is fuzzy and difficult to understand and nebulous at best. There's also a lot of rumors. One thing that I was told this morning by one of the negotiators on behalf of TSG who's been in that room was that the ski patrol is not willing to talk to them anymore. And what I've heard multiple times this evening is that ski patrol is still willing to work on a solution to this problem. And I think it's really important that the community and TSG hear that.
yeah, absolutely. As we said, we invited a last best and final, not to try and shut them out. We're willing to negotiate more.
Yeah, like I was saying, for people who aren't familiar with union negotiations, this is fairly standard. It's what happens. I mean, for a very well-established and wealthy union, this probably isn't the case, but for ours, it is. Everybody who's on the other side of the table, with the exception of our representative from the CWA, is unpaid. So it is,
This is a lot of
in
work.
our opinion, it is unfair and unreasonable to ask us to keep coming back there because there's a large opportunity cost, which is why we invited the last best and final, because we just wanted to know what we were working with, because there was such little movement from our perspective, and that's why. But now we're trying to give another data point by bringing it to our membership by saying, it's not just us in the room who are saying this is unacceptable. Our entire membership says it's unacceptable. And the intention with that is not to go to the membership and have them vote it down and then say, okay, great, now we go on strike. It's just bring it back and provide it to the company and say, hey,
Here's the proof. Our
Here's the
membership
proof.
won't vote for this.
we need you to do better financially here.
And
Or
we're-
show us you can't, but tell us what's going on. Don't just say, oh, that's it. Well, I guess you can go on strike now.
Aline, did you have any questions?
I'd love for you to just speak a little bit about the history of the union. So when you first engaged as a union, and how many negotiations you've been through successfully?
Yes. So the union was created in 2015. And up until 3 years ago, I think they were falling under that renegotiation every 2 years so that a contract never goes, we never go out of contract. and it's become more difficult really just in the last 6 years. So other than this negotiation and the last one, they've all been really easy to negotiate, and it's been very amicable.
To
Are
your
there-
point, and for productivity, I mean, is there then a hard date that the union has currently set where
Let me
TSG
just
will not be
add
able to
on to
cover
that question because it was one of mine. Is there, in terms of hard dates, is there like a date at which you're going to stop working? Is there any NLRB related cooling off period or any sort of triggers that happen? Or how should we be thinking about the next couple weeks?
The union has not set a date that we would walk out on. If we do set that date, we will notify the Telluride Ski and Golf that it's happening, and it'll be clear to the town that that's also happening. We have not done that yet, and are still hoping that we don't have to do that. I think also, to be really clear too, we thought it went without saying, but maybe it doesn't. This membership does not want to do that. It's not fun to go on strike. We are unpaid if we walk out, and despite some suggestions, most of our membership needs this income to live here. So, and we also know how much it would affect the community, and we are very close with the community. A lot of us have lived here a long time. We really don't want to do that. But to answer your question, we don't have a date, no.
So I think we're going to move to public comment is there anybody who has a burning question before we do that?
I have one last question. I mean, even after that date is set, is there an opportunity even then for TSG to come forward?
Yeah, I mean,
They're welcome to come forward at any time.
At any time?
Yeah.
anytime.
Okay.
Yeah, there's nothing that,
Got it.
the door is open.
Yeah,
So we're
we
now
don't
gonna-
want to strike. We want to get this worked out. But as I was saying earlier, we're about a month into our work season now, and this is a negotiation tactic where the company can just kick the can down the road, and we end up working without a contract for the whole season. And we've seen this happen, and it doesn't go well for the union. So there will be a point where we have to use what we have behind us, but we really don't want to.
It's the nuclear option. It's the very last resort for us.
So we're going to open this. I have two questions. Hopefully you can answer with one word. How many members of your bargaining unit?
78.
78. And how many hours on average do your members work as a ski patrollers per year?
For a full-time,
Yeah.
not all 78 of those people are full-time. I think we have 53 full-time. They average 750 hours.
I think it's like 800.
800
hours.
I could
800
actually,
hours this
I
season.
have the
Okay,
numbers right here. I
thanks.
could tell you.
So if anybody online or in person has public comment, we're now, you now have the opportunity to make that. Public comments are limited to 2 minutes per person, and we have a little timer that you can see that will run out. 3 minutes, I'm sorry. 3 minutes per person. And I'm going to read this very quickly. The town council will take your comment either in person or virtually. Please do not comment. All those wishing to give public comment must identify their full name and affiliation, if any, to the town of Mountain Village. Please refrain from repeating what has already been said by others. You may simply say that you agree with the previous speaker's comment. And commenters shall refrain from personal attacks and maintain a civil tone. So with that I think we'll toggle back and forth between people in the room and people online. So if you're online and would like to make a comment, you can raise your hand. Is there anybody in the room who would like to make a comment? You can step up. Why don't we start with you? You can step up to the microphone. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Ryan Donnell. I'm one of the owners of the longtime locally owned lodging business, Alpine Lodging. We employ about 55 locals here in Telluride. It's not my favorite thing to be up here. I'd rather be just running my business and focusing on my friends and family, but I think that is a lot more of a serious or a much more serious issue for the community than even people in this room and the community know about at this moment. I think this is something, the potential of a strike would impact not only this winter, but many winters to come. I believe in two things strongly. I think as a business owner and as a local who loves to ski, we've all struggled with the leadership and decision-making at Telluride Ski and Golf, especially in the last 5 years. I also believe that Ski Patrol is one of the primary entities that keeps us safe and allows us to enjoy this mountain, deserve a pay raise. And I'm glad for that. They're fighting for that, well-deserved increase. With that said, and seeing what was presented here and the offer on the table, I seriously encourage both parties involved and the union to take the offer seriously and consider it in good faith. I'm sure it sounds like it's been a huge struggle to get to this point. There's a sense from the patrollers that I talked to that you're not just doing this for patrol, but you're doing it for the community at large. In a sense, standing up to ski company and Mr. Horning. And while this is admirable, I feel that a strike and a closure would impact the local community, workforce, and small business owners much more than it would affect Telluride Ski and Golf in the long run. Disruption to the Christmas, New Year's holiday and the rash of guest cancellations it would trigger would hit housekeepers, concierge, valet drivers, and most crucially, all of your fellow staff at Telluride Ski and Golf the hardest. Not my intention to stand up for Telski or the way that they choose to run their business. I am trying to look out for my neighbors, fellow community members, and I fear that the strategy of a potential strike would backfire ultimately. I don't think it will be Mr. Horning that suffers the most. I think it will be the community. So thank you for all of your efforts and your time and deep thought on this matter. Thank you.
Is there anybody online?
No hands are raised.
No hands are raised. Anybody else in the room? Yes, please. Oh, I see one. Greenie. Yeah. Go ahead, please. No, go ahead.
I'm Laura Thomas. I'm with the resort. I'm the community relations manager. So I just wanted to say thank you to both of you for the breadth that you brought and take my own responsibility for the vagueness of information that I will say was sincerely meant to make it translatable, but certainly had the opposite effect. And the context where I understand that it had the opposite effect is what Ryan spoke to, how high stakes this is and how emotional it is. I'm going to date myself for a second in that when you talked about the nuclear option, it made me think of being Gen X and, you know, being constantly on the brink of nuclear war was like what we were talking. Who else is Gen X? Why are people don't remember this anyway? So I bring that up because all I wanted to share into this conversation is just the acknowledgement that this affects everyone, that the resort is open, that the ski patrol is working, other folks are working. The resort has not locked out the patrol. The patrol has not initiated a strike. And so with all of those pieces, all of those facts in mind, we are not in a moment where the mushroom cloud is about to blow up. And I'm appreciative of the context that you brought this evening. Thank you.
Could I just ask one question? We heard that the dollar amount was $135,000 over 3 years. So that's that's like $40,000 a year, $45,000 a year. Is that, to your understanding, an accurate number, $45,000 a year?
So I'm getting lots of text messages that are giving me a couple of different ranges. So I think that I think that I will muddle the works, Scott, if I try to pin that down in this moment. But the way that you presented it is different than the way that it was shared with me, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I think that everyone is clear that both sides have moved closer together. That has factually occurred in the last maybe 2 rounds of negotiation from where the positions were as recently as late October. It was like October 24th, 25th. The positions were pretty far apart and they've moved a little bit closer together.
But if the numbers are anywhere near that, I mean, you have to agree, it would be just the height of folly to let this devolve into a strike over less than the salary of one full-time person.
I agree.
Yeah, I can only appreciate the clarity of what you're saying, Scott, but I would be remiss to make a statement on behalf of the resort about that item. Like, that's not the authority that I hold, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
but
understood.
I understand what you're saying.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Online, I think we have
Jonathan Greenspan.
Jonathan Greenspan.
Hi again, everybody. Look at my resume in the ski industry is Alta Snowbird, Purgatory, Telluride, currently Aspen Snowmass, Mount Hutt, New Zealand. And my 32 years that I have been, that I lived and taught in the Telluride Valley, I have watched the ski patrol rescue people off of ledges down Temptation. They immediately mobilized to probe for a slide that came out of the Chair 6 pod, Apex, down to Chair 5 area in Polar Queen before it was a quad chair. And numerous other things. Jeff Campbell riding slides down for National Geographic documentaries, and many, many other situations. They are not afraid to put themselves at risk to be able to rescue people in any unfortunate situation where they cannot self-rescue themselves. Now, my comments are political in nature. I read these letters from Telski and Goff. They clearly point the nature of the community and putting the burden of this on the shoulders of the patrol, which is completely ludicrous, And for that to happen, and they're worried about the Telski and Golf is worried about the fact that the low-income people cannot afford to go skiing. Well, they have not shown any care for the low-income people to go skiing for years. Now, these people do this, the patrol does this job because of passion. They love it. They love the people that they work with. Listen, I'm a schooler. There's a tradition of, fun camaraderie between the two departments. And living in Aspen Snowmass now, they have a good faith relationship with their ownership to get things going so they can run a ski area. We have seen time and time again that everything is pushed to the bitter end of the deadline to be able to kick the can down the road, as somebody has said in this presentation. Yes, that is their mode of apparatus. So when you sit there and that is how they operate, that is how they have driven the economy down in our local community, both sides of the hill, and they're trying to do that in order for people to ask for mercy at the end of it. I support this wholeheartedly, that the patrol is doing the right thing and they're behaving correctly as well. And as well as the fact that, listen, if the skier, I've said it before, you guys have heard me say this, if they cannot afford to operate the ski area, they need to sell. Plain and simple. And for the person that spoke just before me, let me repeat my name. Jonathan Greenspan, 103 Spring Creek Drive. Bring that message back to your ownership that it's not the burden of the ski patrol. They're on their own journey trying to do what is fair to themselves and the community to have a sustainable community part, but yet the
Thanks.
other side is not helping. Thank
Thanks,
you very
Lee.
much.
Appreciate the comment. Is there anybody in the room who has a comment? Yes, sir.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity. My name is Jason Vargas. I have the privilege of working with Exception States for a number of years. On behalf of our guests, our team of local 37 local employees who rely on a stable winter season, I see a lot of familiar faces in this room, and we all know how interconnected this town is. What happens on the mountain directly impacts every business and every family in our community. When guests have the confidence in the mountain experience, every corner of this community benefits. When that confidence flips, it places real pressure on the overall local economy. I appreciate the tough position that both sides have, both TSG and the ski patrol, and just want to encourage conversations to continue. Value all the work, all the hard work everyone has placed on this already. We stand ready to support any effort to keep the season and the community moving forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Looking online, Deanna Farrell. I see a hand. I see her hand
I got
raised.
her.
Okay.
Here we go.
All right. You can start.
Hello, can you hear me, please?
Yes.
Thank you very much. First of all, I just want to thank the patrol union for coming in with such a thoughtful and well constructed presentation. There's been just so much information back and forth and so much gossip, and I think it's just extremely important to make sure we're hearing clearly and rationally different points of views. I just want to underscore the point that Scott I should have mentioned, I'm a Mountain Village resident, so you know where I'm coming from. I'm disappointed that Telsky does not have the equivalent calculation that the patrol union just gave us about what is really the difference we're talking about. I think it's incumbent on Telsky to provide at least their version of what that number is. And my guess is that it may not be exact, but it's probably pretty close. And it's just unfathomable for me to think that we would bring this community to a standstill over that, even if it's slightly different than what the patrol union said. So I just sort of feel like I want to thank you for countering the narrative that is out there that the patrol union isn't willing to talk. I heard very clearly that you are willing to talk, but you also want to talk seriously. And I'm going to encourage Telsky to come to the table and talk and just get this agreement done. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments in the room or online? All right, then with that, I'll close the public comment period. And do you guys have any final words you want to share? And then I'll open up to anybody on the council who has any final words or questions.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to say thanks again for having us, and our goal is to be as transparent as possible. Thanks everyone for your comments. I did just want to point out that, in 2017, we had a really bad snow year. And historically in that year, we did see tourism didn't change. People still came here and spent their money, even though there was no snow that year and there weren't a ton of lifts open. They still came and spent their money elsewhere. A lot of property management companies have cancellation policies, especially right around the holidays. It's our position that we think that people are still going to come for the holidays.
Thank you. Anybody on the council have any final words? Aline?
I do. I want to thank you for coming into this forum. And I want to acknowledge the fact that you are putting your very personal financial livelihood for the public to chop up, discuss, weigh their opinion on. And I think that places our community in a really difficult position of contemplating how we value each other. And I'm very saddened by this being the situation that we're in, that our neighborhood, our ski resort, our community is being showcased in the press in this way over, quite frankly, something that is a very regular part of operating a business. As all of us are very well aware, you know, looking at wage comps and looking at where people belong in the compensation, it really doesn't need to carry this type of heartburn. And it is another example of business failing that impacts every single person who lives here. And I am very grateful that you came here and that you're willing to be open and transparent to the entire community. And I know that that is a vulnerable place to be.
Thanks. Anybody else?
I have one thing to add to
Yep.
kind of a concluding thought for us too. I know I heard those public comments and I appreciate that concern. You know, we said there are cancellation policies, but I'm sure those folks who own those businesses are still very concerned, and we don't know the details of those cancellation policies, just as they don't know the details of our day-to-day jobs. I think, you know, what this is really about for us when you look up at those numbers is this used to be an industry-leading patrol to work for in terms of wages. Our terrain is certainly, if you're gonna go into a ski patrol career, which it is at a resort like this, it has to be for it to be safe. There's a really short list of resorts that you wanna work at, and Telluride's on that. And that, combined with how expensive it is to live here, is why we feel really strongly that we are deserving of a true industry-leading wage. And that's part of the reason we're fighting for this, along with the fact the high turnover, short-staffed issues we've cited previously. But it's like when you look up at those numbers and you know, say, well, just take the offer that's on the table, it's, like Kat said, it's really just setting us up to be in the same position in 3 years, and we would prefer not to be. And that's what it's about. So
Thank you. Anybody else on the council?
Thank you for your time. Are we able to get a copy of the presentation deck?
yeah,
We have it. Fantastic.
yeah. And anyone, I don't know exactly how this works, but I'm happy to send that presentation to anyone or anyone listening online that wants to hear it. You can email us at TellurideSkiPatrolUnion@gmail.com.
And
Easy to remember.
The last comment, I think the numbers I was running quickly, just to clarify earlier, on the 115 over 3 years, but then the 45 on health benefits was annually. So it actually amounts to 83.
Oh, well, then in that case,
I just wanted to clarify, only because I'm a numbers guy and I would have woke up at 3 in the morning.
That's what, and if that wasn't clear, that's our point we were making. We weren't trying to conflate those numbers. We were saying wages only is 115,000, and the reason we separate that is because we are happy to talk about healthcare if we're going to talk about paying people a really competitive wage.
But the 115 is over 3 years. No, I mean, I can't believe.
Someone who's really good at spreadsheets can look at my spreadsheet, but I'm pretty good at Excel, and I'm
I mean,
pretty sure it's
this was
115,000.
extremely valuable to me, and I think the rest of the council, because you're hearing, you know, like 20% difference, and, you know, to be, you know, $70,000 a year, combining wages and the benefits, to put the community through this disruption is stupid.
I mean, it reminds me of the Sunset Concert Series.
Yes.
You know, it's like, we're not dealing with rationality here. Anyway, anybody else?
Was that a public comment?
Yes. it was. All right, well, thank you again. Appreciate it. And thank you, everybody, for coming, and folks online for tuning in. Really appreciate the information and.
Thank you, everyone.
And let's invite our mayor back up to the dais.
All right, the next agenda item is the last agenda item. You guys don't want to stick around for the rest of our meeting?
In the world.
Actually, why don't we just take a little break? We'll just take 5 minutes.
Yeah, we just have the.
Recording stopped.
I'm ready.
I didn't go past 8 last time.
Okay, we are back in session, so thanks you all for coming, but we're gonna wrap up our meeting. So, the next agenda item is council board and commission updates. First, we got Rick with Telluride Tourism Board.
And we met December 3rd. We did a bunch of stuff. We set our agenda dates for 26, approved our 26 budget. We wished for one of our board members. I want to say Wendy. I don't remember the name. But anyway, very productive meeting. Right now, as it relates to current events, there is, TTB's leading a meeting tomorrow, including Town of Mountain Village, Town of Telluride, TSG, and TTB to discuss coordinated communication plans following tonight's meeting relative to the ski patrol update. And then following that meeting, TTB will share messaging and alternative activity information with our business community, just so that we can make sure that people are a little bit better informed. From a Mountain Village winter lodging metrics perspective, right now total occupancy is 2% down, paid occupancy 7% down, but ADR is up 5% and RevPAR is down 3%. December right now is currently behind 7% year over year, and March is down 6.4%, but January and February are still pacing flat to last season. I mean, that's a lot to say that the phones aren't ringing for cancellations yet, so, which is good for the lodging industry, is what that means. Anything else? Nope, that's it for TTB.
Colorado Flights Alliance.
We met November 21st. There too, we set our 26 calendar dates. We looked at summer statistics for 25, which are flat. And then we started looking at 2026 summer flights, and ORD will be back to 5 times weekly. And then there's a new LAX service starting in summer of 26. And that's it for CFA.
Transportation and parking.
We have not met.
Budget and finance.
We have not met.
Good, thank God. Gondola.
I feel like I'm saying the same thing as last month, so I'll be quick, but its repetition is good. As far as the gondola committee, we're really focused on 2026, and the major goal for 2026 is to get ourselves ready and to get entered into the federal grant process. And I want to remind everyone, it's a process in the sense that it is not like you fill out a form, hand over, an application, and then they tell you whether you get a grant or not. It's a program that's a multi-year program. It's multiple meetings and information, and we have to put together so much engineering and technical information to even enter into the program. And so that's really the major goal for this coming year, and that's really the focus of the committee.
Thank you, Harvey. Smart.
What do you think, Tucker? Oh, you want to chime in, or do you want to go first?
Want to do color commentary?
Yeah.
Pretty straightforward meeting. We just had a budget meeting and we approved our budget for the year earlier this week. There's really not a whole lot more.
Yeah, and as far as the mill rate for SMART, SMART as an agency was subject to the overall 5.25 statewide cap kind of thing. So that was primarily where we ended up. It's more complicated than that, but I think it ended up being a little bit more than 5% because of the combination of the two mill rates for the two initiatives. It was capped in that manner.
Yeah, the only other thing is, as far as operations goes, the bus for Montrose is actually really picking up momentum. So I think let's encourage more people to do it, and there may be an opportunity to add another bus.
Tired Historical Museum, Aline,
We are meeting next week.
Kathy, Rick.
We're meeting December 15th, but the one exciting thing happening is
Papa Noel?
Papa Noel is taking place tomorrow, 12 to 4 at the elementary school, Town of Telluride. If you want to see me walking down and going ho, 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 swing on by. Looking forward to it. It's gonna be fun,
Are you a
actually.
fan of The Office?
Yes.
Do you know which one I'm? I'm not going to suggest anyone go,
Yeah.
but, okay, BDAG,
We have not met.
infrastructure.
We've definitely been meeting. I don't know, bad news or?
I think-
We're still costing
Yeah.
out Ilium and I think are entering the, rubber hits the road value engineering part of that.
And that was also captured, I think, pretty well in the department updates. Tired Conference Center.
One more thing on
Oh, yeah.
infrastructure, sewers, we're going to start a cadence meeting with Town of Telluride to talk about the wastewater authority. And I think that begins in January.
December 18th, isn't it?
December 18th.
December 18th, yeah.
Stay tuned.
Great. All right, Conference Center.
You want, oh, that's right. What did we talk about? The paint and carpet looks great. I don't know if everybody's seen it, but it's a big improvement. New HVAC is in and completed. That's a huge improvement. There are a couple of smaller things that are going to happen here before the end of the year. The yellow light covers are going to be all replaced. And then there's a plan that we're going to be hearing about soon of a potential major overhaul of opening up the front side, et cetera. So stay tuned on that. And
The other
I know what-
big
I
thing
know- I was gonna say
is
that
there's,
video.
that we are exploring putting pickleball courts in there when.
But don't
the-
laugh.
Did you measure the
Yeah.
decibel levels?
Inside.
It was just here.
Inside, they can hold 3. And they can be put in, and then when there's a group, they could be taken out. So kind of an exciting opportunity, yeah.
If I could, just for the miscellaneous, just in case anybody wasn't in the 7.5-hour county commissioners meeting yesterday, the Society Turn PUD did get approved by the county. And then also at today's hospital district meeting, the hospital district has a new board chair, which is Dr. Thomas Crabtree, is stepping in now that there will be forward momentum towards a new medical facility and a refresh of the board leadership.
That's great. That is great.
Yeah. Thanks, Aline.
And thanks, I mean, Paul took it all the way up to the
He
PUD
did great.
process, so
He
a
did
lot
great.
of, a lot of gratitude to him for taking it there.
And any other miscellaneous boards or updates generally?
I have one small thing. I don't know if everybody is subscribed to the council calendar that Jim set up. So now we have this calendar, but we're not populating it. So I think it would be beneficial if we had a system of how we're going to populate it. Because for me, it's really helpful to know things that are going on that I just, it's just nice to have them show up in your calendar. You don't have to respond. You don't have, it makes it easier for Susan and who's ever putting things in there. So
Yeah, so we've talked about that on a staff level. I'm sorry, go ahead, Susan.
That's okay. So when you find out when your meetings are, just shoot an email to MB Clerk and we will put it right in the calendar for everybody to be able to see it's there.
love that.
Why not have every meeting that somebody sets up, that they copy?
Say again?
So if somebody sets up a meeting, and say Tucker and I are invited, they would just automatically send it to MV Clerk, then it would get populated, right?
Sure, but if Tucker is going to a smart meeting, I don't necessarily have that.
Right.
Yeah. No, I think that works. I mean, that's a simple way to do it and hopefully very little effort and just stick it in there.
Good suggestion.
The only other miscellaneous boards and commission is the Plaza Vending Committee met briefly today. Bertrand Marshall has, after 25 years of running the crepe cart, sold that business to a new owner, a guy by the name of Scott Poston from Rico, and he is going to be taking it over. We approved the transfer, and really nothing's going to change, but I did want to just note that a real town, one of the founders, as far as I'm concerned, is retiring.
Yeah, little known fact, my first year patrolling, there wasn't enough work for me, so I worked at the crepe cart. I was flipping crepes. I know how to make them. They're not that easy. Any other miscellaneous? Okay, great. I will just add for the mayor's update that, I think that all of the governments are monitoring the current climate and situation with TSG very closely. And I think that there is, concerted effort from all governments and entities to, try and provide the best experience for not just our guests, but also our workers, whatever the forward momentum, wherever that goes. Hopefully we don't get to that point, but knowing that TTB's on it, Telluride's on it, the county's on it, and that we're on it too, I think is helpful and really representative of how far we've come as a government, and that we really are working well with our neighbors, even though we have our squabbles where we know when we need to band together and support our community. And I think that that's what will come out of this if it needs to. And then finally, it's the last meeting of the year. So I want to just share my appreciation for everyone here and what a joy and a blessing it is for me to be a part of this organization. It makes me really proud. And those nights that I can't sleep thinking about hard things, you all make it worth it, because I know that when I'm done with this job, I'm going to be really relieved, but I'm also going to miss it. And the reason I'm going to miss it is because of, the truly thoughtful, passionate people that have made this work as meaningful as it is. So I leave you with my gratitude, and I really look forward to hopefully some brighter horizons in 2026. And with that, we are not going beyond 6 hours. But we do need to.
I move to adjourn.
Okay.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, thank you.
Now that we're adjourned, I just want to note, I don't know if you had read this in the paper, but Kirk Alexander passed away, who was the father of David Alexander. And so there are some services